stream started on YouTube so I don't forget. And let's go ahead and take a look at making ourselves a weighted sum search for the Bloodmage. We'll just say Bloodmage. Archon. Save. Does this let me rotate where things are in the list with this? New version now installed. Does not seem to let me change where things are in the list. Don't shame Lance for his choice of second monitor entertainment. What are you talking about? All right. Why doesn't it let me freaking... Because I don't have the updated version. I don't freaking know. Anyways, we'll just kind of guess what things we need and start chucking stuff in here. Let's start with... What's one of the more common searches we'll do? Let's do rare jewel search. Let's go rare jewel search is one of our first search filters. Any jewel. Does not have to be magic or rare. And let's start putting in things in here. Crit bonus damage. Crit spell bonus damage. We need to go ahead and pull up BUE2DB. So that way we have a list of the modifiers. Is there any magical build up to date for this league? No build in the entirety of Path of Exile 2 is up to date for the league. Because no one has the freaking tree! But I will be updating it once we get the tree. And for the most part, the build literally got, like, almost no changes. There are a few, like, few tiny buffs, few tiny nerfs. It's basically pretty much the same. I think balance-wise for the most part. We're literally just waiting on the tree. And I'll be updating when we get the tree. We'll get the tree eventually! You know, type of thing. We're waiting on it. The Savant change, they're really making sure my old Warbringer setup is dead and buried. Barbarous, they see you, man. Getting the tree tonight. I think we're getting it data mined with the pre-download patch. That is what it's going to be. I think it's going to be what we had last time. Scuffed as can be type of search. Max energy shield. Am I going to have some ES in this? Maybe. Maybe. Spell damage we can put in here. So... weighted sum B2. Spell damage. Am I going to put ES on here? Or am I feeling going straight life right away? Probably mostly going to go damage with jewels initially. I think we'll start with going damage initially with jewels. And have that be the initial play. Max. Cold resistance. Mana. Regenerate. When is the pre-download? It's usually tonight. Usually, I feel like I don't see the pre-download stuff until like the next morning. So I think we're gonna end stream before we get it, type of thing. Recover life on kill. That is a pretty good stat. Spell crit damage, crit chance, cast speed, critical strike chance. Crit spell, chance, cast speed. Chat here, tip Take Lance's weightings and find a way to game them so he buys your item that's actually crap for too much because he sees bigger number. What? Well, that's not a chat tip. That's not a chat tip. That would assume that I set up poor weightings, okay? Which I think for the most part I do okay at my weightings. I think I do a fairly decent job at setting the weightings. Giga tip? That's not a giga tip, okay? Shut up. That was not a giga tip. Where'd you hide the cam this time? I don't have the cam on right now. Hey, Dan Smith, how you doing, man? Greetings, Durarts. What is up? You have to find yourself as an Easter egg? No, I don't. Oh, we don't have camera on right now, guys. We do not have camera on right now. Okay, so part of me is thinking... I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add in a lot of the percent damage sources, but I'm not going to check them on the weighting, on the weighted sum. And then once we get a better idea of what skill we want to do, then I will update and select the appropriate damage. Because, like, let's say we end up going chaos, then percent elemental damage isn't useful. Or let's say we go physical, then chaos damage, or if we go elemental, chaos damage isn't useful, right? But I do want to consider those in the weighted sums. But we'll just have them unchecked initially until we decide on a skill and a damage type. Because we do want the stuff to be considered, but it not relevant until we actually get an idea of more what skill we want to go with. Elemental chaos. What other ones do we get in here? That would be irrelevant. Pen, which is not necessarily very useful because curses can just take enemies below. No new POB. No, they have not given. We do not have the tree. I think I'm gonna have max energy shield under this unchecked situation as well, I think. Cold damage is in here. If we go with cold, fire and lightning are probably tied to the other gem types. And we do want to consider the other gem types, so we'll set up and make sure our filters consider those. Most likely it's going to just end up being sapphires though, because sapphires have like the spell crit damage, stuff like that. But we shall see. All right, I think I'm happy. I guess we can add AoE here as well in case we do an AoE skill. Area of Infect, put that on there. What Ascendancy build is going to be the tankiest? There's a few things. My guess right now is probably I guess you don't have to be CI, but like an ES Lich. An ES Lich is kind of what I'm thinking maybe would make sense. Have you thought about Reap if you get a staff with it? Not really. It looks like it's like a melee skill, but has a spell tag. It seems weird to me. Max recover mana may be useful. I'm gonna put these ones on here, but we're not gonna factor in the weighting of these because I just don't know if we're gonna use these stats. We'll have to see how our character shakes out. So that's all for the Sapphire. Ooh, I should add corruptions as well, shouldn't I? Yeah, I kind of should. Is it under enchant? It is under enchant. Enchant, holy. Factor it in, boys. Factor it in. Factor it all in. Every bit of it. It has to be, you have to calculate it, okay? You never know what people are corrupting. Excuse me. Light res, cold res, enchant, Corrupted blood immunity. Enchant chaos resistance. Enchant maim immunity. What else we got on there? Hinder and blind. Enchant hinder. I don't think I care about blind. We're not playing evasion. We're not playing evasion. We're not playing an attack-based character, so we don't care about losing accuracy or losing evasion. Hey, ZZ Pie, how you doing, man? What is good? All right, so we have that factored in. Let's check the other jewel types. Emerald has crit bonus attack damage. It still has regular crit damage, right? Because these jewels have movement speed, right? Yeah, it has movement speed. Does it have a regular crit damage, though? Crit bonus with spears. Does it have a base crit? Do they get base crit? If they don't have base crit and it's only the movement speed, I don't know if I want to factor them in if it's just movement speed. Fork could be nice if we do anything with forking. Projectile gen. Does not look like it has just generic crit. Has damage with hits against rare unique. That's pretty solid. So that's 2 decent stats. Has percent damage. I think for right now, I do not want to factor this in. Movement speed's good, but it doesn't have anything other supporting wise. So I think for now, we are going to pass on the emerald. Let's look at the ruby real quick. I think it's probably mostly going to be the sapphires. Have we looked at doing a Black Flame Covenant and Flame Archon? We don't even know what Flame Archon is. They haven't showcased Flame Archon or Cold Archon. So that's kind of like unknown. You on a walking pad? Correct. Here, do you guys want here. There you go. There you go. There's me. Look, I'm walking. Yeah, I'll put the walking camera over here in the corner. There you go. Rubies are the worst. I don't even pick them up. Yeah, they don't have a lot going for them, do they? I mean, okay, life regenerates okay. Max res is okay. Yeah, it's not great. And there might be some stuff with Valor with the banner things if those work out, maybe. I don't freaking know. For this character, this is pretty much not usable, though, I would say. Yeah, so it's pretty much going to be Cobalt. Weapon swap speed? Yeah, for the instant weapon swap. They're the same across the board, Micron. I don't think that's guaranteed. Okay, there is a good chance they all have the same principle of converting damage to the specific element and then giving some gain damage on that element. That I could see. What I don't think is going to be the case is I don't think they're going to have the same trigger conditions. Like, for example, lightning has mana spend, which lightning is often paired with mana thematically in PoE everywhere. But, for example, cold, fire don't often have that association. So I think there's a good chance it's a different trigger for the other ones. That would be my guess, but we'll kind of see. Ultimately, I just like the part where freaking they spent the mana or whatever. They triggered the buff. It was 15 seconds, which that's nice. But then the character got like a enhanced aesthetic, you know, it turned into like a floating lightning guy, you know, kind of like the Harbinger effect. That Ascendancy point in the Freesia League. Okay, what do I want to weight these at? I need to make sure I keep my weighting uniform across the board. I'm going to value for this weighting system. I think my baseline weighting system is going to be life is 1. I think that's what I'm going to start with. Life is 1 weighting, and then I'll work from there. So strength would be 2. Int dex, I'm going to label as 2 for now, because you always kind of need some level of attributes, and they're somewhat interchangeable depending on like your tree and whatnot. So I'll try to equalize those. Res, I'm going to say, is less valuable than attribute. Is it though? I think it's a bit less valuable. I think it's more valuable than life. We'll say less valuable than attribute. We'll say chaos res is special. Weight that a little bit higher. CB, we'll give you the weighting of like 30. I don't know how annoying CB is, but we'll give it a 30 weight. Immune to maim, we'll label at 15. 15 for these. Is that fair? That's maybe a bit too high. We'll do 10 for these. What happens if you get all 3 Archons at the same time? We don't know if that's even possible. It might be. The video, the little section where Jonathan talked about the Archon, there are some very key details we did not get. Can you do multiple Archons? We didn't get that. Can you basically get permanent uptime? Like, can you generate the buff during the buff? We didn't get that. So there's going to be some question marks for some of that stuff. Archon effect do converts your damage and gives you some gain damage on that type and adds a cool graphical effect. Those are the biggest things based on the video description. Cast speed, I will label at 5x value. Is that fair? Is that too high? Or is that not high enough? Cast speed's pretty valuable. Would I rather have 10 cast speed or 30 strength? I'd probably rather have 30 strength. So let's say 5 makes sense. Well, does it though? Because like, would I rather have 30 cast speed or 1 level? I think I'm going to go 7 actually. I think I'm going to go a bit higher on cast speed than this. I think cast speed's a very valuable stat. So I'm going to respect it a little bit here. Are you going to toy with Reap? Or is that dead in the water? I have no idea. They didn't really... it's probably not, because it's just like... It looks like a melee staff ability. But maybe I'm missing something about it. I'm going to go Stormweaver with Archmage and Archons, Janice. Hell yeah. Archmage and Archons. I can get behind that. Crit chance for spells. How valuable do I want to label crit chance for spells? I'm going to label it at a 2. You can go up to 15%. That'll give it 30 weighting. I think 2 is fair for the crit chance rolls. Crit damage, I think, is more valuable. I think crit damage will rate at, say, 2.5. Crit damage is going to be very, very strong for our character. I think 2.5 is fair. Percent damage, I will wait at 2. Max res, I think we'll just wait 10. I'm not going to prioritize max res per se. Mana regen, recover life on kill. Let's go 15 for recover life on kill. That's pretty useful when we get some of those on our build for mapping. Hey, SD Mont. How you doing, man? Crit chance is pretty tough to get on the tree. Yes, there's not a lot of it on the tree, Johnny Blazed. Late game of this character, crit chance will likely be solved with a Wrathpith. But before we get Wrathpith, before we get that scaling for free crit chance, we need to get it somewhere else. And Jules is a good spot for it. So I want to let you know that some saint compiled a better trade for Firefox. Oh, is that true? Do you have a... Like, somebody made a updated extension for it? Yo, Giacomo, appreciate you coming by. Fixing, question mark what? I guess I might have missed some context of a previous message for fixing. I don't know what that means. What's Archon? Archon is just a new added mechanic for this league where you can have some sort of It's a buff that persists for 15 seconds after you generate it based on some condition. The showcase they gave us was Lightning Archon. It's required you to spend 100% of your mana. It would give you an Archon buff for Lightning for 15 seconds. That converted your damage and whatnot. Barbarous. Ours seems to work mostly. No idea if it's fully functional. I only tested this on Zen browser, which is a fork of Firefox. Ooh. Ooh. Download the file. Firefox extension, import from file. Hold on. We might yoink this. Okay. Did that work? Let's zoom out. Huh? Yo, what the hell did I do? This doesn't look quite right. This doesn't look quite right because it's just like over the other stuff. I might not solve the old one behind it. How do I go here?
Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die.
Let's see, did I do that correctly? Okay, no, I clicked the wrong one, dang it. Hold on. Hold on, let's try this. Okay, hold on. Attempt number 2. Hey! Yo, that's awesome, man. Yo, David, appreciate the sub, man. Finally, I can have better trading. Yeah, we don't have to use Chrome. notice how I had my... Dude, thanks for telling me that. I did not know somebody did that. I had the freaking... That's why I was setting it up in the Chrome browser right now. Okay, I need to... I'm going to favorite this. And I will have this link for people next time I recommend the better trading. So that way I can showcase them if people want to use the better trading not on Chrome. Local price, thanks. Same, I'll appreciate it, man. Garatha. Sparkle Bloodmage still strong, sir? Maybe. Did you watch Garatha's video on Fireball Bloodmage with cast damage? I saw he posted it. I did not look too much into it, no. I think I was XD chatting Garatha's stream last night as he was planning Bloodmage out. He's doing, we're going to be doing very similar starts. I think he also came to the same conclusion I did, which is other skills that aren't ED kind of stuck on Leaguestart. So I think we're both doing an Essence Drain start. He's going to try respecking it normal lab. I'm leaning towards respecking it cruel. So we'll see how it goes. He's going to go for like an evasion approach. I'm probably going to go for a higher life scaling approach with like Defiance, whereas he's going to lean into evasion, I think. But we'll see. Ultimately, doesn't really matter what we say beforehand, because without the tree, it's like that's going to affect a lot of things for how we plan the build, most likely, I believe. What do you think about being able to use new Bloodmage skill that spends a potion charge to grant physical, then convert to elemental? Can you convert gained damage? I always feel like there's weird stuff with the conversion mechanics in PoE 2. But as for the potion notable that they talked about in the patch notes, like if you go to the patch notes, Bloodmage, this thing right here, gain 1 provides gain 1 life flask per 4% life spent, 50% less recovery from life flask, It now has, when your life flask reaches full charge, 40% of it's consumed, gain 1% fizz for 3 seconds per charge consumed. We know you can get up to like 120 or so charges, which means 40% of those, you're looking at like a gain 50% fizz buff. That sounds pretty good. My concern with it is, how consistently can you actually get the buff up? Gain 1 charge per 4% life. That's a pretty big cost of life expenditure. And then on top of that, you have this, which is the buff only lasts for 3 seconds. Unless it generates a longer buff, which, based on this wording, I think it's only a 3-second buff. And that, for me, is a turnoff. A 3-second buff is like, you have this tiny little window, boss does an immunity phase attack, and you're like, holy crap, what a waste, type of thing. Wrathmouth has cost? I know Wrathmouth has cost. I still think this is you are going to have a hard time generating the flash charges within 3 seconds situation. It is sustain in bosses. It is sustain in bosses. What are you talking? I think you guys are cooked. I don't have a lot of faith in this. Unless this buff gets extended by the amount of charges consumed, which I don't think that, to me, this reads like it's stacking based on the amount of charges you get a higher gain, and then it only lasts 3 seconds. 10 casts means 60% life, so 14 flasks. Technically, if you have mana or like support gems, you'd be spending more than 60% life. And on top of that, need I remind you, the buff lasts 3 freaking seconds. So you consume 50 charges. If you have like a max rolled charge flask, you need to generate 50 flasks charges in 3 freaking seconds if you're going to have consistent uptime on this. Which I just don't think you're going to do. So that's my issue with this. I think it's going to be pretty poor uptime. Because spending 60% of your life pool to get 14 charges, that's just a lot of, I think you're going to have very inconsistent uptime on it. I do not have faith in that notable, is what I'm saying. Believe what you want to believe. I do not plan on using it, though. Endgame flasks have 75 charges. A max roll flask, we looked at it or something when we saw this post, and it's like 120 charges, 117, something like that. So 40% of that's like 50% gain damage, which is cool. Good buff. But the buff lasts 3 freaking seconds. And in those 3 seconds, you need to generate the charges to then proc the buff again. I think it's just going to be bad uptime. And the other assumption you're making is, okay, I'm spending all this life. Look at how much flash charges I'm gaining. You then need some very good sustain with it, which is going to force you into like instant leech or something, which maybe you want to do, maybe you don't want to do. Depends on the situation. All right, so I'm going to yoink this trade search. Say, wait, some 80. I'm going to yoink this trade search. And we'll plug it into our... No! No! What did I do? What did I do? Is it still available if I do like this? No! No! All right, whatever. It's fine. Okay, we'll just redo it. I remember everything I did in the previous one. Right? I remember every stat I had typed. All of them. Did you save in the better trading before you did that? No, I did not. So, rest in peace. All right, anyways. New folder. Archon. Let's do Bloodmage. Bloodmage Archon. Click. Save. Let's get the things typed in. Crit chance, cast speed. What did I want this at? 7, 2, 2, 2.5, 2.5. I cared about max cold res. I think I weighted that at 10. I care about max life recover. Weighted that at... I'll do a little lower. I weighted it at 15, but weighted it at 12. The unique shield you mentioned in your video also consumes 6% of your life per cast. It makes it much easier to get potions. Okay, guys, you guys are going to drive me crazy right now. Yes, it adds life costs. Again, I'm going to keep saying it. Getting that amount of life flasks in 3 seconds is not going to be a trivial task. Stop trying to sell me on the flask game thing. You play this, okay? I don't want to. I don't care. I think it's garbage. Stop trying to backseat me into playing this. Now, to be fair, it might not be that bad to generate the charges, but I think it's going to be pretty bad. Oh, I put these in the wrong column. That was a good start. Sorry, it's just annoying because I keep explaining why I don't want to do it, and then people keep suggesting the same thing over and over again. It's like I'm talking in a circle. Because I just had to explain why I don't think it's good. Like this is like the 4th time now I'm answering the why I don't want to do it thing. in like the last 5 minutes or something. You have an Imgur. Oh, is this of all the things I had? Ooh, nice. We are missing spell damage. It's on the other screen. Thank you. Spell damage. Mana regenerate initially is good, but later we'll probably swap out of it. We'll see. We'll probably swap out of it though. We'll do all the enchants, and then we'll add the other stuff afterwards. Yeah, I have a good filter for Witch Starter. Never sink. Filter Blade. Grab, what I always recommend for filters is go to Neversink, go to Filter Blade, grab the download all strictness thing of the generic filter, and just increase the strictness as you progress farther. It's a very good catch-all filter, and that's what I've done for PoE for a long time. The only time I usually don't do that is if I'm specifically doing like a SSF run. And I like want some very targeted highlighting of specific things. Nothing specific for which? Are you playing SSF? You can make your own special filter. Are you playing Trade League? Why would you set something specific for just which? Trade League says, I drop a good item, it's good for another build, I sell that item, right? Like you don't want to... Let's I'll try to put it this way. Let's say you drop a Headhunter. You're not planning to play with a Headhunter, right? But Headhunter is extremely valuable. Do you want a specific filter that hides the valuable thing because you're not planning to use it? If you're playing Trade League, the answer is no. You want to see that, right? So hence you want a generic filter. if you're playing SSF, then that's... You chose SSF, you can put on your big boy pants and you could set up your own special filter for your own special plans. Okay, that's what SSF is all about. I do not have a custom SSF filter for people that are playing SSF. You playing anything with the fire slams? Not currently. People that I know are playing warriors are King Kongor, Noogie, maybe Ziggy. Warrior, I don't think is particularly popular right now. People think it's. I think the current thought is that it's. We'll put it this way: Karn's practicing Deadeye. People do not have a lot of faith. So. You either can YOLO it with the other believers, or you can wait and people will probably get around to testing it later on, I think. But the fastest players playing Warrior? The fastest... Oh, Angormis. Yeah, he is playing... a warrior. I guess that's technically a true statement, right? You thought of making a video how much currency you can make with the offline stashes? Nope. Just sell your items. That's all there is to it. You got items you find, sell them. That's all there is. Not too complicated. Karn is run to level 100 with 32 days of playtime. That is insane. 32 days. What do I want to change with this? Do I want to change anything specific right now? Guess we add in the other stuff I hadn't highlighted. This stuff in the middle. Because I have everything else now, I believe. Slightly change the weight a little bit. We need the stuff in the middle that we'll have unhighlighted. Chaos Dam. Elemental damage. Max energy shield increase. Cold damage increase. Area of effect increase. And recover mana kill. All right. Does this work? Search. Jewel. Weighting of 50. I'll just do something very basic. It's pretty much like a one stat item to start with. That should work. I'm gonna take off the weighted sum search. I'm just gonna say rare jewel. I'm gonna keep it a little bit more clean. If it's a rare item, it's gonna be a weighted sum search though. Keep it a little bit more aesthetically. Al Kaiser's practicing Deadeye. It's over. A lot of Deadeye believers, man. The Deadeye hype is out of control. What's the main skill mechanic that you want to use with Bloodmage? Bloodmage has generically good spellcaster scaling, crit, life scaling stuff that pairs with Wrathpith. That's pretty much it. It's got the access to life leech for spell damage. No one else has that, so it's got some useful things. We on the Firefox meta train already? Yeah, we got it. We found it. Somebody in chat linked it. ST Month did. All right, so jewel search. Done. Click. No, wait, what the hell? Wait. Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean? What did I do? What did I do wrong? The search is no longer valid. What have we done? Press the back key. Think you can go back far enough? Okay. So this works. What if I get rid of all of this? Does it? Rare Jewel 2. Okay, let's try this. Let's check out a different browser. Please work. Doesn't like that either. Huh. Is the imported better trade just bricked? Does it do this? No, it doesn't do that either. The hell is going on? Because that's not even like a better trade issue. Try saving it in Chrome. Well, what I'm testing right now isn't even related to better trade. Like this right here is just Control C is just taking the search. That should just work. We're unrelated to better trading. So it doesn't like something else. Is it because it's weighted sum v2? Try weighted sum v1. See if it likes weighted sum v1 more. Looks like it likes weighted sum v more. Maybe weighted sum v2 is just bricked. Tree announced? No. Maybe it's just weighted sum v2 is Bork. Rare Jewel 3. Save. Pathofexile.com. Trade 2. Doesn't like this one. Doesn't like this one. But it likes this one. Okay, so I guess maybe it's the weighted sum v2 is the problem. Maybe is the auction house fixed to be so search have a problem? Yeah, it might be something with that. As far as I can tell, it seems like it's maybe just the V2 weighted sum is breaking because the regular weighted sum is working fine. So I think we'll just go with that. What do I think about synergy between Archon and Painter Servant gloves? Painter Servant gloves. Those are like the tri-conversion gloves. Tri-conversion gloves. Dude, okay, I need to look up conversion mechanics in PoE2. I need to remind myself how these actually work. Okay, so like, I know that doesn't apply to the damage pre plus post. Does it have a chaining effect or do things only convert once? Let me see. Damage conversion is calculated after combining any source of additional damage to base damage. Before any damage, receive damage for the blah, 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 blah. Converted damage does not retain its original damage type, only the final damage type. For example, okay, so that's the, you have increased of one type, increased of another, you convert it and it doesn't help. Okay, similarly, non-damage conversions, such as converting defenses, scale this way as well. This is a hidden stat on certain base items that convert an item's base stat into another stat. Sure, blah, 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 blah. Conversion applies simultaneously as a two-step process. So basically, I think that means you get the conversion once, right? Skill-based conversion first, then includes conversion of inherent skills, whether the skills and gems are granted. Only damage is affected by conversion from global or conditional conversions of the item. Character uses a skill that converts 80% physical fire and has avatar fire and deals 100 physical damage. Skill converts 80 and 20 physical. Whoa, okay, hold on. If the skill uses, converts 80% fire and 100 physical damage, the physical damage will convert it 80 fire and 20 physical damage. Then avatar fire, 75% conversion affects the 20 physical. Okay, I'm following. Can I chain conversion? which I have not answered yet. If the character uses a skill that converts 60% of physical to lightning and is wearing Call of the Brotherhood. All right, this is what I wanted to know. It deals 100 physical. The skill conversion will make it deal 40 physical and 60 lightning. The Call of the Brotherhood will take the... would apply in second stage, resulting in 40 physical, 60 cold. Okay. But what about... what about not an innate conversion? What if I'm wearing... what if there's other... what if there's another source? Conversion either step exceeds 100% of the original damage type. The conversion is normalized 100%. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Painter Servant is only considered 66% conversion rather than 99. For example, cold. Whisper's Brotherhood is normalized from 33. Proportional conversion. Yeah, so it's one step. You can't just chain one conversion to the next conversion, right? You breathing like an old man? That's a useless comment if I've ever seen one. Disco Quack. Enjoy your cellar. For 10 minutes, you can breathe in the cellar. How many apples does Timmy have? Shut up. Okay. The Painter Servant Whispers Brotherhood example is, I think, gives me the answer I'm looking for. 30% fire, 0% cold, 133% lightning conversion. Wait, does this give me what I'm looking for? Wait, it can chain conversion. Because it's converting all the damage that would be converted to cold to lightning. And then splitting proportionally. So the Archon will just end up being a result in the average between 33, 33, 33, 100. Well, if the Archon's full conversion, you're just only going to deal that damage type, I'm pretty sure. Because it's not like you end up with 33 leftover cold. You end up with only lightning, right? So I think it's whichever the Archon you proc is, you're only dealing that damage type. But on the flip side, maybe you can chain and do Black Flame Archon potentially. If Archon it just converts all of your elemental damage to fire, and then Black Flame converts that fire to chaos, that might work to chain. If you want to like force your way into chaos damage, I guess, I think, maybe. From Flame Archon? It's fire spells? Yeah, that's fine. That still get like, okay, let's say you're doing Flame Archon with fire skills, but you have like gain of different damage sources of the other types. They'll get tied into the conversion from the Archon and then chained to the conversion of the chaos, right? What goes first? Extra damage as or convert? Gain damage causes a base damage of... Okay, we'll do this one. Because conversion cannot be recursive, it is possible to gain a percentage of a certain damage type as extra damage or the same damage. Gain damage is fire. Gain conversion adds a value based on the total base values relevant stats without modifying the base value. Like a regular conversion, this process occurs before any increase or modifiers. There's both gain conversion and regular conversion. All gain conversion is applied during stage 2 of regular conversion, even if it comes from skills. Okay, so you can still get other damage types outside of the conversion then with gain mods. Fun. You know what's like, you know what's funny about this system is I feel like the intention was to make conversion like more straightforward than it is in PoE 1. But I feel like I feel like it's just more, I feel like it's more whack. Well, like, I feel like it's more confusing. I don't think it's less confusing. But maybe at the same time, it's just because I played PoE 1, so I understand the PoE 1 system, and this one feels weird because it's different. How are you doing, Night Raid? I'm doing well. How are you doing? Okay, dokie. I don't know why we're looking at this anyways. Rare jewel search. Gonna try to put in the blank searches I had before to update this and see if they work. Wow, unselected. Make sure this doesn't brick the search. Search. Register. Rare jewel. Save. Click this thing. Click this thing. It does not like the extra. Okay, all right. All right, screw the extra affixes. No, we didn't. All right. All right, this one works. This one works. This is the golden child. So we can't, it doesn't look like the trade wants to let us have unselected boxes right now. Does better trading work for Firefox now? Yes, there's a Reddit thread that somebody linked to me of somebody who compiled it for Firefox. All right, rare jewel done. I'm gonna walk away. Walk away from rare jewel. What do we want to look at next? I think we will consider yoinking some of the other baselines and then modifying them from the Lich. Amulet weight sum. How close is this to something I want? This has got to be probably pretty close, except we're going to take out the ES priority on this. See where that puts us? Just with the ESN live. Yep, that would be good. Is there anywhere POB and full tooltips for 0.3 skilling? No, guys, there's no tree. It'd be on every stream in the PoE category if there was a tree. There is no tree. We don't have one. We are still waiting. Energy shield, ES. Like, this stuff is still good defensively, but I think we want to lower its value. Like, it does have value. I don't think it's as important. Though, Spirit has value. Cast speed, I'm going to normalize it 7. We're going to have attributes be a 2 value. All attributes, I'm going to weight it 5. Cold res, lightning res, we'll weight these a bit lower. Do you think Recoup would be good for Bloodmage? It fits with one of the Ascendancy nodes. Recoup good for Bloodmage? Yes, it pairs very nicely with the Progenesis node, essentially. All res, spell damage. Lower that weighting. Chaos res will lower a bit. Flat ES we're lowering. Raising these. Max life, we're moving to 1. Projectile skills. I think I'll take off projectile skills for now. We might add that back, depending on how many things qualify or what skills we're using. Damage recoup is a stat we can get here. Honestly, I'll give that kind of a high weighting. Because if we decide we want to go pro-gen Ascendancy, which I think I will, even by Merc Lab, we'll probably do it. Damage recoup is very nice for that, I would say. What else do I want to add to this? Max life can occur as an implicit. PoE2 amulet bases. Let's make sure we cover all of our amulet base implicits we can hit. Life regen, don't care. All attribute and gold amulet are good. We add rarity onto our filter. I'm not going to add rarity into the weighted sums. I don't think I want them to factor in rarity. Hey, okay, how you doing, man? Has anyone played Bloodmage as his first Ascendancy? No one has been able to play Bloodmage with the new node, with the changes, where you get your second lab right away. It probably will be doable at your second lab right away. I hope the mana versus the life costs aren't too high. They did nerf the mana scaling cost, so that should help quite a bit. Is there any other base I care about? Spirit, all attribute, life, ES, attributes. Mana regen. I guess I could factor in mana regen. That is technically have some value. Not going to weight it as high as some of the other stuff, though. We'll weight it at 0.5. So that will work. Rare amulets. Do I care about looking at unique amulets? Maybe a little bit. I'm a little bit curious if there's anything that would make sense for us. There is the +5 amulet you can get for the fire skills, right? There is Defiance. This is kind of like late game stuff. You start looking at those sorts of things. You can wear Defiance at level 8? Yo, what? You can put that on at level 8? Dude, that would be the most goated leveling experience. That would be the literal best leveling experience. Dropping this amulet at level 8? Bloodmage viable at level 8? Yeah, that's crazy, man. That is hilarious. That is so freaking funny. Can it drop that early? I would assume so. Let's see. Survey says... Can it drop at level 8? Of 2,000 amulets online, the lowest level Defiance of Destiny is... level 15. So somebody dropped one at level 15. The likelihood you drop it, I think it might be able to drop at level 8. Maybe just no one did. The likelihood you drop one at that level, non-existent, right? But if you did, though, holy, that would be such an insane leveling experience. Just so free. That would be a nice thing. This is kind of cool. Is this new? You get block chance with a focus now? That's kind of sick, actually. You could corrupt that up to like 30 block chance. Hey, that's a pretty neat little amulet, to be honest. Stone of Lazar. Stone of Laz dodged the block nerfs? Yeah, it did, didn't it? Because you could corrupt this up to 30%, which is basically as much as a T1 block chance roll on shields now. Okay, the problem is it competes with your amulet slot. And amulet slots in this game are just disgusting, right? They have +3 levels. Like, they're so freaking strong, right? So that's kind of the issue there. 25 cast speed? Yeah, it does have cast speed too, which is nice. Bit of mana doesn't hurt. Int isn't too bad. How rare is Stone of Lazawar? I don't think this existed previously when I was playing the game. No respect. 6 days ago, 1 alk? The disrespect to the block. Is Savalan dead right? Savalan was never alive. I don't know what they did to Savalan, but I have never once thought, yeah, let me make a Savalan build at any point ever in the history of my existence. Yoke of Suffering. This exists in this game too? Enemies take 20% increased damage for each elemental ailment type among your ailments on them. Wait, what? That's kind of insane. I guess it has to compete with how insane rare amulets are. And how many ailments can you actually get on enemies? Probably quite a few, actually. I'll be impressed if you play Warrior this league. Why would I care if you're impressed if I play Warrior? They buffed the ailment durations too, yeah. Yoke of Suffering, interesting. Beacon, Ungles, Fixation of Yix. What the hell is this? Some allies' presence, garbage, pass. Cannot be light stunned. The Eye of Chayula. Yeah, they added definitely quite a few things that were not here previously. Elemental Exposure, Zoff's Blood. The Future Pass, that's the new amulet they revealed, right? Hinakor's Sight. Yoke sounds pretty good. I don't know why I never saw any builds, because it didn't exist. Guys, you have to remember, all of us quit the 0.2 patch, like week 1, and then they added a bunch of stuff after we all quit. So there's a bunch of things here that did not previously exist. So that's why we never saw it. I think Yoke's one of those. Because I don't remember this existing either. And did you mess up the drop rates? Well, that's for things like Wrathpith that actually existed on week 1, but they didn't exist because the drop rate was bad. Yoke didn't exist because it didn't exist, not because it didn't drop. You know, it's kind of a different situation, you know what I'm saying? When do you expect to get the Ascendancy? As soon as possible to convert Bloodmage? Or do you wait longer? I have a video on my plan, which is to swap in Cruel Lab. That is what I'm planning to do, unless everybody's like in here talking up the infusions like they're the best thing ever. Okay. Defiance and Stone will probably add to the search, but for right now, I want to keep this in order a little bit. This does not have the functionality to swap the order. Yeah, I kind of want to do the rare stuff first. Okay, let's do... What are the other rare items I want to add some support for? Rare belts. How do I go about rare belts? Oh yeah, there's like nothing that rolls on belts. Like almost nothing rolls on belts. Change the weightings. 1, 2, 0.5, 1.5, 1.5. Belts are sad. Yeah, they just don't have a lot of things that roll on them. Stun threshold is something, I guess. Do I actually want to give weighting to stun threshold, though? I will, but I'll make the weighting even lower. Charm slots. Is it like this? Is it this thing? What do I weight that at? +2 charm slots. It does show up. It does show up. Is 50 too high of a weighting though? 50 is too high of a weighting. We'll do 25. Cut that weighting in half. There we go. I would rather have like a T1 res than I think a charm slot. Once you get the really good charm slots, that changes, but the really good charm slots are like... at that point, you're probably not wearing a rare belt, right? It's implicit now. It's not on the item anymore. Oh, okay. All right, then we just... then we don't do that at all. Easy. Then we don't need that at all. All right. We'll keep it at 150 weight. Keep it at 150 weight to start. Register. Rare. Belt. If they just added the charm slots on the implicits, I guess I should... You have to like divine it. Is that what it is? Charm. Slot. Implicit. And we'll add some weighting to the charm slot implicit, which will factor in its role. It's just based on the level of the piece. I'm going to give some weighting to it just so it factors in a belt that has 3 versus 2 versus 1. Should I care about the flask implicits? Or the belt implicits? I think I care a little bit, but I don't think I care enough to really look... Nah, I don't care enough. Rare belt is not your end game goal. All right. Save active trade. Rare belt. Search. Cool. How do we keep you accountable if you prepare tomorrow since you're calling this the final prep day? You can't stop me, okay? Listen. I have seen PoE streamers call quote-unquote day 1 30 hours into their stream, okay? So, we can just make up numbers, you know? You know, people like, hey man, it's only day 1 progression, okay? They you can't stop me, okay? It starts with negative day 1, something like that. Something like that. Days last 48 hours, yeah. Alrighty. What is our next gear piece on the list? Rare amulet, rare ring's a big one. Rare ring's pretty important to do. Yoink this. And let's reassess the weightings for affixes. Cast speed, I'm going to increase the value. Increase the attribute weights. Decrease the res weights. There may be some regrets here, but I won't be stopped. Did you know that you're missing shiny uniques in Poo 2? He must be poor, I guess. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, Papega, don't worry. Everything is gonna be just fine. Resistance implicits. Chaos resistance is fine. Lower these weights. We're going to probably over-represent cast speed a bit with these changes, but I do really want good cast speed. No tree means they're adding Druid. That is a massive cope. They're definitely not adding Druid. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, my friend. That will work for all of that stuff, sure. Do I care about any of these unique rings? I don't think I care about these really unique rings. Fire name instead of fizz from bleeds. This is a good DPS ring, I guess. See the catalyst, but you don't really want to wear that. Dream fragments. How the mighty have fallen. Plus lightning, but nothing else on it. Black flame the ring. Does this item just like not exist now or something? Now that they gave you the keystone, the ring feels a little bit out of place with the changes here. Death's Rush is Onslaught. Thief's Torment, can't use other rings. Don't think I care too much about these other bases. The keystone is spell only. Yeah, it's limited to fire spells. So I guess Black Flame still has a place then for not non-fire spells. Venopuncture. Schema gives you a socket. Schemas is honestly kind of a decent ring. Fire res is unaffected by area penalties. Okay. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm understanding this correctly. What these rings are doing is when like you zone change from like Act 1 to Act 2 or Act 3 to Act 4 and it says minus 10 res. Is that what it means? Like it's like plus 40 cold res or something? I'm confused. They added the ability to respec the Ascendancies? Yes, they did. I think they added it last patch. The new Waystones are crap. We used to get 150 rarity on one line. Now with 6 bads mods, we get 15 quant, 30 pack size. You gonna go protest? Break out the pitchforks? I'm gonna wait to play the system to see how it feels. You could very well be right, though. The loot could be cooked. Can you ban Pepega? Bertilac? You know, I think that's a good idea. Let's give Pepega 10 minutes in the cellar so he can think about what he's done. All right. I think I'm happy with this ring search. Happy enough. Let's go ahead. Put it over here. Rare ring. I guess it's not worth going Stormweaver, Bloodmage better. You got to make that choice yourself. Depends what type of character you're making, you know. Will you share the searches? Yep. We'll be adding it to so you can copy it from the planner. Is the plan, but I need to actually finish them first. We're just doing basically what we do for whenever we make a build guide. Pretty much we usually try to do this. Gloves. Gloves are interesting. Definitely I'm going to change this to add a few more things I care about. I don't think I care about ES, so we don't need to have that stipulation in there anymore. This weighting obviously changes. So I guess one of the problems with this, well, it will be a problem eventually, is people will need to probably go through and not care about decks as much. Maybe do I go through and change out all the dex rolls, or do I let them exist and expect people to realize they only need so many dex rolls? I think I weight them lower. I think I'm gonna go back through and weight all the searches lower for decks. Never expect anything. Well, the thing is, like, you do want some decks. I guess the expectation I could have is that people will respec dex nodes where they need them. Let's have that expectation. I'm gonna lower the decks all the way to 1, actually. Is what we'll do. We'll have it be that. What skill you use on the build? Whatever I freaking want to. I don't know. We're going to try skills, see which we like. We haven't been able to play with the new system, so I'm going to be trying out different things and see what I like. Crit chance. Do gloves get crit bonus? Don't think they do. Let's check. Do gloves get crit bonus? Modifier, gloves. They do get crit bonus if they're on Dex gloves, and it's crit chance if they're on Int gloves. Is that what it is? No, it's just crit bonus, and I'm stupid, and I thought it was chance. Okay, it is just crit bonus. It is just crit bonus. Okay. Not crit chance. Crit bonus. How I'm gonna have crit chance? Okay, that's what I'm getting mixed up with then. Is a weighted sum the same as a priority? It tells you, the weighted sum tells you how much I'm valuing each stat. That's what it's telling you. Res, chaos res, intelligence. I don't like putting value on the base stats because that depends what base you have. So I think we'll chill on the other stuff. Let's see. We can do something like this. Rare gloves. Just listen to the podcast. Great show. Glad you liked it, Robin. The new funny change they did now is that if the support gem doesn't meet the attribute requirements, it will now not disable the whole skill. It just will disable the support. So now most people will not even notice if they're missing some attribute or not. It'll have like some warning, won't it? Like there'll be some like warning that'll appear probably. Like all over the skill, it'll be like attribute requirements not met for support or something. But yeah, there's probably gonna be examples of that too, where people don't realize their skill's getting disabled. That will probably be true. Rare helmet. Bum 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 bum. Yoink. Get rid of this requirement. During the podcast, there's a guy who wanted to argue with everyone about everything. That's just some people. Some people are just like that. Just, it's an unfortunate thing. Strength, we want 2 weighting on. That's like, I feel like I run into that a lot, where it's like, somebody's like, have you considered this item? And then I explain why I don't want to do it. And then they're like, but did you consider it does this thing? And it's literally just like, oh, that's the thing I literally just referenced that I don't want to do. And I explain why I don't want to do it. And then it's like this circular conversation of like, let's waste time here. But have you though? I don't know, man. People do it for attention. They're more likely to interact with negative people. I don't know about that. I usually just like whatever message is like the most recent one or the last one since the previous one I read is, and I go through it. The scenario where I think if I were to skip over a message would be if it's like just some really weird message, like some super like parasocial thing, or I don't know. Usually I try to read most messages. Sometimes I just miss stuff because I'm freaking slow. And I have a skill issue, also a reading issue. Helmet. Crit chances, helmets. Do I care about adding life regen into the stat table? How much does it roll to? Rolls to 23. I'm going to say I'm not going to care about life regen because we're going to go spell leech. 23 on like 5k life is like 0.5%, right? I don't think I really care about that. If that's my T1 stat, I don't really want to have that factored in. We still love you, Grandpa. I am not a grandpa, okay? Not yet, at least, okay? I'm waiting for Lance to get busy, okay? He's on a clock right now. That's a joke, by the way. He's 4. I'm not expecting anything like that. Crit chance. Wait, I already have that on there. What am I doing? Life, crit chance, res, attribute. I think we're good here. I think we are good here. He's single, ladies? I don't know about that. Rare amulets. Lowering the value of dex. Lowering the value of dex. Save active. Rare jewel. Lowering the value of dex. Search. Save. Rare ring. Lowering the value of dex. And that should be fine. Oh no. Oh no, what did I do? What did I do? What do you mean? Okay, it's working now? Dude, I don't know what's going on, man. This is working. This is working. What did I do? What did I do? How far back can I even go? This is ring. Oh. What is it not like? Change the value of the sum slightly. You think that'll help it? It likes the glove search. It does not like the ring search. Why does it hate the ring search, man? What did I do? It's not updating, I think, is maybe part of the problem. Is you play what Garetta wants to? Fireball. Am I going to be playing Fireball? I don't know. Fireball's an option. I am going to wait until I actually... Okay, it's working now. Okay, good. It doesn't like the helmet search. Dang it. All right, can I go back far enough to get back to the part where I was searching a helmet? I guess I could realistically, I could just redo the helmet search, right? I'll just redo the helmet search if the helmet search doesn't like me. Gloves are fine now. Ring is fine now. Belt is fine now. Amulet's fine now. Why? No. No, what is this? The amulet was working, I swear. It's because I changed like one little thing it wasn't happy with. Hey, give the EB guy just curious. Can EB farm Shaper without every tower, Timeless Jewels, Flask, and SSF player? Just want to make sure if it's possible. Is it possible? Yes. Will you have a hard time? Maybe. If you're playing SSF, you need to know your crap. I am not going to Like, my build guide, it's a trade league build. You know, I say this is how you do it in trade league. If you're playing SSF, I would assume you're a more advanced player. You should be able to determine whether or not you can adapt it to your harder situation. Do not have custom classes for how to play SSF. Did you use a starting stream in 50 minutes? It could be good. Lol if Druid. What are you talking about? Can you adapt it to hardcore SSF? Hardcore is a player issue, not a build issue. If you want to play hardcore, you better know what mechanics do what in terms of damage. Spark back on the menu? Maybe. So I really did just brick my amulet search. Is that what it is? It didn't like one of the ways I updated it. Oh, but helmet's working now? Okay. All the searches are working. I'm just gonna not look at anything else. And I'm gonna move on with my life. They all appear to be working currently. The trade search is doing some whack things right now. Rare boots. Rare boots. Yoink. No one should play SSF this league. I don't know, man. Playing SSF with the greatest change of our generation for PoE. That is kind of wild sounding to me. That is a bananas situation. Movement speed, 8 value. Pump those numbers up. Make it 10. Make it 10. Movement speed is everything. The best part. All right, boots, strength, dexterity, 1 and 2. There we go. Everything? Yes, everything. I'm glad I have Goblin Trope. I'm going to hang out in Lance's hideout for the entirety of 0.3 patch. The hell you say? You better not. You better not, you little rat. Okay, rare boots, good. What are we still missing? Rare boots, rare glove, rare belts, rare ring, rare amulet, Adzeres, the stain, Doedries, don't have those. Body armor. We have jewels. So body armor and then weapons are going to be our next approach. So let's yoink a body armor search. I'm trying to think. Do we start out with the extra life node? Maybe. We're going to series acuity. I don't know. Maybe. Depends how leech feels with and without instant, you know? Hey, Doc, and how you doing, man? Isn't there instant leech on the tree? Or am I just imagining that? Permission to dance? Denied. Random question. If you don't know, blah, 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 just trying to get an idea, blah, 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 blah. Is it possible to Leaguestart demon form? So you can just cut out all that extra text that makes it really hard to read your question and just ask, is it possible to Leaguestart demon form? Can you Leaguestart it? Yeah, in campaign you can. It's honestly a meta for going through the campaign. But however, it gets kind of awkward when you're trying to transition out of just like this weird campaign life flask juggling routine into going into maps, at which point I would say it's going to be hella awkward, probably. Wait, you could get Valpact. Wait, I don't even need the gloves. Who uses life flasks anyways? That's not even a downside. That's literally not even a downside. Life flasks are like, they're garbage. Trash. All I have to do is spec all the way down here. It's not even that far. I just grab Valpact. Voracious Greed, I guess, does give you like halvesies on it though, right? Have they dropped the updated tree? No. No, they have not. So for all we know, Valpact got moved right here. And that's going to be like right close by. You never know, right? What's the expensive deli thing? Anything that it's like, basically every node on the tree has an expensive oil. Okay, like that's really what it is. Every like good node is like, here's the most rare oil possible. Every single time, man. If you look at the tree and you think, this is a good node, and you hover it, every time expensive. That's usually how it goes. There's a few exceptions, but yeah, it's pretty much every single time you do it. It's oh great, rarest oil possible, fantastic. Every time is what it felt like every time I looked at like an anointment I wanted. Do you intend to use the new Archons? Yep. Yeah, I do. I want to. I think it'd be fun. Not only for the maybe it's strong, but for literally just the aesthetics of like turning into like a flame Atronach or something, you know, like that to me just seems like it'd be fun. Like these point about the procedurally generated sameness of the Atlas. It sucks. That's what turns me off on in last epoch. I think it's a very fair point for the current Infinity Atlas of PV2 for sure. No blood magic. I'm clicking Bloodmage. No, I'm clicking this class. Just so you guys know, you can click Bloodmage. Does not mean you have to click a physical spell. There is nothing in here that says you have to play physical spell. There isn't like a prerequisite right here that says all other spells that aren't physical are disabled. There's none of that there. It has a bunch of things that are just generically good. In fact, you can even argue some things that say don't play physical spell. Like, for example, they have an Ascendancy point that says 15 base crit. You know what that says? That says don't play a physical spell, because 15 base crit is what physical spells have, right? Whereas a fire spell has like 7. And so this node says play fire. You know what I'm saying? Stop trying to gaslight us. There's a hidden modifier. I mean the Blood Magic Keystone. I never said I wasn't going to play Blood Magic Keystone. I don't know if I'm going to play it or not. Lightning Archon specifically would not work with Blood Magic, but we don't know what the triggers are for fire or cold. Which Ascendancy has the best art? Let me look real quick. Assessing, examining. Which Ascendancy has the best art? Calculating. I think I might give it a Smith of Katava. I might go Smith of Katava on this one. They all have some pretty good art. I do like this though. The Forge, you know, like it doesn't like the Ascendancy does not back up this situation, I feel like, but I do like this artwork. A lot of them are really good though. I think if I was gonna pick one, I'd maybe take the Smith's art as my number one. Lich, my queen. I do like Lich. When do you think Passages will be released? Officially on League launch. Unofficially data mined on the pre-patch download tonight is what I believe will happen. We'll have some scuff trees to look at tonight. All right, rare boots. Forcing it always to have movement speed. At least 15. This will get us started. Is there anything I need to add here? Dex, strength. That should be all, but let me check the PvT. Check the mods real quick, verify. Probably not tonight if GG correctly removes it. Kevin, I don't know if they can. The pre-patch download is for May 8th, so people can actually have the download for scuffed internet situations. Socketable, movement speed, life, res, regen, yeah. No, it's pretty much, this is pretty much correct. Would I want to add reduced duration on as an affix potentially? They are really extending the debuffs, like ailments apply for a much longer duration now. I don't think I'm going to consider it on the boots, but it's something we might want to consider late game if it becomes a problem, like getting shocked. Okay, register current trade. These are boots. Yep, that's right. Cool. And now the final piece, body armor. Body armor. Last stash tab sales was last weekend, so it'll be going on the following weekend. I think it's like every other, like, it's on a 3-week cycle maybe. I can't remember 100%. Does Archon work with chaos damage with a node that changes fire name to chaos, Flame Covenant? I think we looked at the conversion stuff, and I believe if you're using a fire spell, it'll chain the conversion, but gain is separate of the conversion, so it's a little bit whack. For things like that, I would say. Hey, Happy Ham, People Coffee, how you doing, man? And this probably should be an ES body armor, so I'm gonna keep the dex. We'll add them, I guess. Maybe there could be some hybrid piece that's fitting. We'll add them, but most likely we probably want this to be an ES piece. We'll just keep it at 300. 2 uniform changes to 1.5s. Stun threshold, we're going to lower the value. Movement speed, you're gone. That should be fine. You going comms? I think initially on a budget setup or mid-budget setup, because comms is probably going to be somewhat costly. I think comms may make sense. I'm a little bit concerned about, I feel like a lot of the infusion stuff may be dependent on Spirit Reservation, like that Perfusion Spirit Reservation, in which case comms would brick. So we'll see. We'll see how much of a contingent thing that is for infusions. And that will probably weigh into my decision of whether or not I go comms. We'll add it to the search, but I don't know if it will go comms or not. For sure, late game, I think a good rare ES chess piece, but maybe on like the mid-early budget, if comms is cheap, it'll make sense, like that sort of thing. You have strength and dex on ES armor pieces if they're hybrid.
Oh no, I haven't eaten.
So like if you have a well-rolled hybrid armor ES piece, most likely pure ES piece would just be the play here though, and then go for the gain 100% of your ES chess piece as life node. Hey Hobo Cop, how you doing, man? Well, the treadmill's giving you a pump for tomorrow? It is, man. We just finished. All right. No more webcam, guys. Well, bye, Lance. Kevin, don't worry. I'm still here. But instead of a visual, poorly lit webcam in the corner, I am just a voice inside your head. Okay? I'm giving you good advice, like play Bloodmage. Okay? It's all gonna be okay if you play Bloodmage. Dude, I have no water. I need hydration, guys. I'm gonna get water real quick. Let me get water real quick, and then we're gonna add some of the uniques to the trade search. I'm pretty happy with our rares we have here. Oh wait, I need to do weapons. Weapons, focus, shield. Let me get water real quick. I will be right back. Give me one moment. All right, I'm back. Lance can't resist the cheese. I did think about grabbing a slice of cheese, not gonna lie to you, but instead I grabbed a shake. Not like a milkshake, but like it was like quick protein shake. Okay, listen. Okay, walking might not be that much of a workout, but I'm also like a little bit hungry, so hold me over. When can you do the premium tab transfer? That'll be day of, I believe, based on the post they made. That'll be a day of situation. I watched Act 1 to 3 and I gathered I might want to learn the controller. You like the controller gameplay? I like controller gameplay. I think it's worse for UI, and if you're a speedrunner, it's just objectively weaker because you lose time every time you do a gem swap, whereas on mouse and keyboard, you don't lose time. However, man, does it feel good in gameplay. At least I think it does, but I'm super biased. All right, let's put a weapon on our filter. Weapon is going to be all spell skills, all fire. I haven't decided. We'll start out with, I think I just have to keep it generic for now, actually. But specific is just better. What skills will be good with your setup? Should be very flexible. Any spell should work, but we'll obviously be picking spells based on how it feels to play and how strong it is, right? Streaming from the cheese dimension. That's not true. Shut up. Oh, man. Do I make one for fire wand, cold wand, lightning wand? Do I make a bunch of specific ones? I think I make one for each. And then we can kind of pick day of. Leave unchecked, Hobocop. It was bricking when I was doing that, Hobocop. So I think I'm just gonna do one for each. And then day of, I can just, you know, fire, cold, lightning, chaos, fizz, you know, just have 5. And then I can delete the other ones when I decide on skill. I'm gonna do it that way. Because it should be easy enough to do, like, it'll be basically the same thing, but swap lightning and swap the percent damage and the level for each filter. Should be easy enough, right? Spell and return spells. Do wands roll with crit bonus damage? I don't feel like wands do. Let's find out. Wands. Cast speed, crit for spells. They do roll crit spell bonus. Is this stat different than the stat on the jewel, though? Let me see. Is this different than the stat on the jewel? Is this like the special multiplier one? Increase critical spell bonus. Increase critical spell damage bonus. Increase critical spell damage. Okay, I think it's just straight up crit multi. I don't think it's like the multiplier one. There's like this weird multiplier crit multi stat, but I think it's probably attack local crit weapons type of thing. What do you end up starting as? I don't know. The future hasn't happened yet. We haven't started as anything yet. Crit spell bonus. And then what else are we missing? Int technically could be weighted. And gain damage could be weighted. Do I want to value it? Yes, I do want to value it. Gain damage can be quite useful. We'll add it into the factor. How do people have the regex in vendors automatically? So if you're talking about this might be controller. Let me check real quick, actually. It might be controller only, or it's just a save feature they added. Let me check real quick. I know for my controller runs, every vendor would share the same regex. So like if I put the regex in here, it would appear over, oops, it would appear over here. But I think that might only be a controller feature where it saves it. Like if you go to, if I pull out my controller now, let's just compare. I don't think my PC run didn't save it, right? I think it's just controller that does it. It saves in between vendors now. I thought it was just my controller that was saving it between vendors. Okay, so I do the filter here, right? Then let me go over here. Yeah, see how it's already there? I think it was specifically controller was saving it across vendors, but I don't think my mouse and keyboard did. That was like one of the controller W's. I don't know if it's I don't know if it is possible mouse and keyboard. MTX looks so good. Oh, the MTX is cracked, man. It's absolutely cracked. Okay, weightings. This should be all the appropriate affixes. This is for a wand. Gem levels are just insane. I think I go 200 weighting. I think I was pretty happy with the weighting I did before. Let's just do this for context so I can compare with my old notes. I think I weighted them at 200. Yeah. So I guess what I could do here. Yeah, I think that's pretty appropriate. Keep the weighting high on the levels. I am going to downgrade the percent damage though. Or do I downgrade the levels because I downgraded percent? I think I'll keep it proportional. I'm going to keep it proportional like I did last time. I think 40-1 is fair. Now, I'm going to go 50-1. I'm going to go 50-1 this time. They added persistence in 326. Yeah, for PoE 1 they did. They might have added it for PoE 2 this patch. I don't know if that was in the features they added for PoE 2 this patch or not. I do not know if that was a crossover. Cast speed. I'll put 20 cast speed for gem level comparable. Crit bonus. Gain damage. I think what I'll do for gain damage is I'll have them weighted at about think about 20 gain is probably comparable to a level. Maybe it's slightly better than a level. Let's say gain is slightly better. Weighted sum? Pohunger? No, I've been doing this for years. I usually do this on every single league start. I'll make a weighted sum for the Pohunger, haven't you played my league starters before? Like, haven't you like started Tri-Stacker? I literally made like weighted sum searches for those builds. I feel like you've literally started my builds before, Pohunger. Every league start I make weighted sum searches for my builds. Already had the better trade. So you just didn't even like, you would click like the search, but you just didn't even realize I had the weighted sum on it, probably. Hey, I mean, I guess it's working. That's what it's there for, so you don't have to think too much about it. You continue with ED or use another skill. The plan is to swap to another skill sledge. So the idea is bank up extra gems for the swap. So like, let's say the next level I'm gonna ding is gonna be a level 10 skill gem. Instead of using that to upgrade my ED, I'm gonna hold on to that level 10 gem and be like, okay, we're doing the swap. Log in, here's Spark, or here's Fireball, or here's Ember Fusillade, or here's Firestorm, you know. I'm gonna decide day of what skill we're going with, but that's the sort of idea. Okay, I think I like this, and we'll start this at a... Do I start it at just a +1 level? I'm gonna start at least a +2 or a higher gem level for trade. You shouldn't be buying a +1 off trade. You should be getting that from your vendors, I think. It's not that hard to find one +1. 400 weight is what we'll start it at. If Ellie Infusion is crazy with the new Archon, why would you do Bloodmage over Stormweaver? Is it just because spell crit and crit bonus with life stacking? Correct. Those are damage multipliers. Just like getting 50% more infusions is a damage multiplier to infusions, right? Now you gotta ask yourself, do I think the 50% more infusion node is worth more than 15 base crit? I don't know. You gotta make that decision for yourself. I think Bloodmage will be stronger. You might think Stormweaver will be stronger. We're gonna log in and find out, right? Because we don't really know what kind of infusion support they have throughout the tree, or if infusions are even good, technically. They might be bad, right? I would say that if I was going to play Stormweaver, it wouldn't just be for infusions. I would probably want to lean into some of the mana benefits as well. Or maybe I'd want to lean into, like, maybe I want to build around the +1 limit specifically, or I want to build into Ellie Storms, you know? If my whole plan is just infusions, and that's like as far as you have the plan, I don't know. I think I'd rather be Bloodmage. The Elemental Ascendancy is getting outclassed in its niche. Not necessarily. I mean, maybe if you're doing a skill that has limits, maybe you need the +1 limit. You can't build Elemental Storm anywhere. You can't access it anywhere. So that's something that it can do that no one else can do. Maybe you want to lean into some specific shock shenanigans and you need the double shock node. Like, I don't know. There's different things that will matter, right? Okay. Is working correct. Filter by this. Big damage number. Good. This will be a lightning wand. Now we just change this to say all fire spells and fire dam. And now it is a fire wand, correct? Correct. Now it is a fire wand. Damage increased. Cold wand. There's a mirror tier wand for every type. Okay, then we need to do physical spell and physical spell damage. Are you doing the different wand types because you're not sure what skill you're going to land on? Correct. Oh man, I can't wait for it to be the future when we actually have like more information on skills before the league launch. It's never ending. Never ending. Lance, what skill are you going to play based on the skills where we don't even know how good they are? I have no idea. No clue. Did we apply that? No, it's not just you, dude. It's just a common. It's been repeat for the past 2 weeks or the past week or whatever, basically. It's the situation of just we don't have the information. Chaos. Yep. I will readily admit I was one of those that asked that question a few days ago. You asked it again? What the hell, Barry? Did you look at any of the CN data mine support stuff? CN, what is CN? The answer's no, because I don't even know what you're talking about. The Chinese server stuff? No, I've not looked into any of that stuff. Tomorrow you can endure the never-ending PUB win. I'm just gonna take people and say, hey, import the profile or look at the planner or whatever, right? It'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. All right. We got the type of wands. Good. And then we can do rare focus. And then after rare focus, I think we're good. All right. I think now that we have all of the rare items, we should be able to add the uniques. I wanted to do the rare items first and then the uniques after. I think this looks a little bit cleaner than previous better trading imports. Cartoon Network? Yeah, Cartoon Network. All right, Calm's Heart. We're going to consider Calm's Heart. That'll be on the list of things to consider. Wrathpith, 100% we're looking at you, Wrathpith. We are interested. What else are we interested in? Defiance of Destiny. You're a good item, right? Stone of Lazawar. Consider stone, the old Stone of Lazawar. What other uniques are really pretty nice? Life Sprig can be a pretty nice starter wand. Reaches 1% of maximum life when you cast a spell. What the hell does this even mean? It's not like 1% damage leech. Does it just give you 1% of your life back or something? Gonna probably make this say... Just make it a +3. It's Ziri's Disdain. Yeah, we can add to Ziri's Disdain. We'll consider it Ziri's Disdain. That is just a pretty good starter item. Consider it Ziri's Acuities. Is Mask of the Sanguine worth looking at? Mask of the Sanguine. That's the blood magic helmet, right? Strength, int, blood magic, crit for spells. Yeah, this is pretty solid. That's a solid helmet. We'll consider that as well if we don't want to pat the blood magic. Strength, int, crit, blood magic. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Some generic stats. Get you the blood magic early, get you some crits. I guess there was an earlier version which didn't have any flat. That's kind of funny. They added a bit of flat to it. Acquire the Storm? No. Late game, I want to be Defiance. I want to not be made of paper. Acquire is like if you want to like go ZDP or ZHP full DPS spec. Might try to do Fire Archon with Firestorm. Could be cool to get all the benefits from the infusions and convert it all to fire. The problem I wonder is how hard is it going to be to generate those other infusions if you're pure fire, proven T. But yeah, no, I'm thinking the same thing. We'll have to figure out what skills we want to go with, but being able to have full conversion on them sounds pretty cool to me. Lightning Bloodmage, late game build. I don't know what skill we're gonna do. We're gonna try out different skills and see what we're enjoying. What's your thoughts on Chaos Fireball Bloodmage? I think that's what Garatha's doing. Garatha's a really good build maker. Obviously, we don't have enough information to actually know if our plans are going to be good. It's just kind of like you got to send it and see where it ends up. But I don't think you're going to have any problems if you copy Garatha. He's very consistently going to make good builds, and he'll adapt to whatever changes he needs to make, I would expect. Do I have a filter? It's called Filter Blade. Just download all the strictnesses and change the strictness based on how far progressed you are. Do I want to add in? Oh, do I want to add in like the talismans? Do we want to add that onto our trade searches, or just let people buy stuff when they get to that level of progression? I don't think I want to add this on the trade searches. People can buy these when they get to that level of like, because these are like super giga rare, right? I'm going to make a Stormweaver and use a bow skill. I'm going to go from there. Good luck. Good luck to you. Hopefully it turns out well. Wait for, do you want day one update for that? Wait for what on day one donut dealer? I'm just thinking about things we should have on our filter right now. That's what I'm going through. Thinking about. What's the point of a planner for people that want to copy build and need the information all in like one place? Easy to read. Before patch notes? Did you even like watch the video or something? You didn't watch the video? There's a video. Watch the YouTube video. It's almost like all the information of what I'm doing is goes over this. Is the planner even having the description? This is an initial skeleton for my Leaguestart. I will be updating this as we get passive tree of progress in the build and game. I don't know, man. I haven't seen any creators talk about starting Sorcerer or Stormweaver. Is there any reason? People are just interested in other things, right? People pick their starters based on like something they're interested or they think will be good. And none of the content creators you follow are interested in Stormweaver, right? Or maybe that they're excited about something else. There's probably a decent amount of uncertainties with infusions. Yes, and infusions, there's nothing that says you have to play infusions with Stormweaver. Stormweaver has some support. Like it has a node that gives you 50% more infusion generation, but that doesn't mean you can't do infusions on something else. Doing Black Flame Ignite with Lich. Good luck. Hopefully it turns out well. Headhunter is probably going to be the best belt to go for, I think, of these belt options. That feels disgusting to say. Is it really my best option? Yeah, it'll be either Headhunter or Darkness. It's probably the late game play. Rare belts just kind of suck. Oh, they're not very good. Ingenuity's okay. Soul Tether could help. Soul Tether. Soul Tether. Gotta remind myself what Soul Tether even does. Says life recovery from leech is applied to energy shield. Could that work? Yeah, I guess that could work. I can kind of see it. We can add Soul Tether on the list as a potential option. Darkness and Throne doesn't exist yet, so we can't add that to the search yet. Is there a way to utilize the weighted search that you can put together? I see the large block of text in your planner. Has it ever used it before? It is just you just highlight over the whole text, copy, and then you use the better trading extension to import. So for example, I showcase how to do it in the video. But if you wanted to, it's it's literally right here. Yes. Doesn't work with Firefox anymore. Only Chrome based files. You know what? Technically, wait, we could put the link in. Hold on, let's add that right now because we know about the new tech. All right, there we go. Firefox support equal this. So you get the should probably have this here too. Download Add better trading browser extension. Put this with that part of it. But basically, you highlight over the whole piece of text, Control C, you copy it, and then you go to import folder, Control V, and it should pop up like that. We're pretty close on this list, so I'm about to change that out right now. You don't want to install the extension of the Better Trading Blob is base 64 encoded besides the starting 3. Base 64 decoder. You'll see the content. Interesting. Win new tree, launch day, or unofficial tree, probably in the data mine when they do the pre-patch download. Would be my guess. Do I want to change too much about this right now? We might update this some more, but I think for now this is good. So I'll go this, copy to clipboard. We'll update this code. Confirm. Update. Control C. Import Bloodmage 24 bookmarks. That should work. It'll take a bit of time for this to be updated, but that should be there now, and I need to change this. Is it the pre-patch today? Yes, it'll be tonight. It'll be tonight. It will be tonight. When they're Act 1, copy pasta line and a trader to highlight potentially interesting buys. Speedrunning Act 1, they copy pasta line and a trader. Something like that, I guess. I don't know if there's any... There might be a way to make it work with like the in-game trade search, but I don't know if that will be the case. Probably the tree be the tree. Yeah, we need the tree. That's why I'm not bothering like trying to plan out a whole freaking tree, because it's like it doesn't matter. It's gonna get changed. We will cross that bridge tomorrow if we don't know until the league launch, or we'll cross that bridge like the hours before, like looking over the PDB, looking at the nodes and stuff. You can update it day 1, day 2? Correct. Yeah, I will be. I don't know how long it'll take, like Path of Building, Max Roll. I don't know how long it'll take them to have this updated. So that's, I think, maybe the limiting factor. Worst case scenario is I will make a video where I actually like highlight the nodes manually. But hopefully Max Roll POB, they actually get the tree imported and we can just actually have like something to give to people that's like tangible and you can look at outside of a video. But worst case scenario, I'll make a video at the very least. Hopefully we can actually like, this will be changed here and we can actually update it and stuff though. Do I have any fear of going blind? No. No, playing blind's fun. I mean, that's how I... That to me is really exciting. I think the thing I don't like about playing blind is specifically just when people ask me what skill I want to play, I can't give them an answer because it's like, I don't know, I'm going to try stuff out. But But people want me to have an answer, and I don't have an answer because I can't test the thing or try out the things and just, you know. Like, I could say, I'm going to play Spark, but I don't want to commit to playing Spark. Maybe I'm going to like playing freaking Firestorm more. I don't know. Is Essence Drain Lich playable? Essence Drain Lich got, like, no nerfs. It's basically the same build it was last league. It got some slight buffs, slight nerfs. It's pretty much the same, I think, for the most part, with a nice quality of life buff to Contagion. Only fizz spells on Bloodmage. I never said that. Okay, I never said that. Not only fizz spells on Bloodmage. No. No. I saw people start with ED Contagion with Demon Form. That's a meta currently where it allows you not to have good weapons. In the future, Demon Form will still be nice in the campaign because it gives you the good movement. It gives you the nice dash. But at the same time, if you have sprinting in the game, will that dash be as much of a difference? Probably not. And then the other thing is, it is changed, so it's not as innately powerful as it was when you get it on the first lab. Still decent. It still stacks up to 30% more damage. But personally, I would rather have 30% more damage without the downside of constantly degenning. So that's why I'm going to go with the first Lich node, I think is going to be the play I go for. Is ED Contagion viable on late maps? I mean, T13 plus, or should I change the spell? You can take it all the way to late game. If you look at my YouTube, I posted daily updates of ED Contagion, where I played all the way from a fresh start to doing the T4 bosses with a whole bunch of progression in between. So if you're curious what it looks like in various gear points, you can look at those update videos, or you can just look at the final guide video, or, you know, I'm not the only one that played ED Contagion, by the way. There was a ton of people that played, a ton of different videos on it. So should be a lot of information out there if you're curious to see how it performs. Okie dokie. Is there anything else we need to do with trade search? I don't think so. I think we're good on trade search. I think we're chilling here. Vulture doesn't stop the music? Yeah, it doesn't. Or at least that's what the post said. I don't know if they updated that. Hopefully they do. Hopefully it starts killing the music. I'm not going to say any names, but there's somebody who did level 1 to T15 in 11 hours with ED Contagion. Holy based. Contagion Gaming. See if there's any recent patch notes that I haven't seen recently. I haven't seen this section yet. The recharge times were no longer restarts when your armor or evasion changes. That's kind of whack that was happening. Tree is out. Tree is not out. What you talking about, Spirit PoE? Zoom in, please. Okay, sorry, my bad. I keep forgetting you guys have like really, really like old eyes. I forget how much it hurts. Your weak, feeble, aging, degenerating. You know? Heart of Ice, granted by the Whispering Ice Stab, now chills enemies in your presence as though dealing blah 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 blah. Previously, this much. Okay. So that's better, I guess. Invocation now gains 1 energy per power on enemies that you ignites with hits from skills modified. Previously 2. Okay, rest in peace, Invocation. Old eyes, not bad stream quality. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Do we not have 1080p? I feel like I'm getting scammed right now. I have like all the settings. Min-max, what do you mean? Sniper's Mark now has a cooldown of 6 seconds. 2K win? Oh, relax. 2K is insane. Cooldown of 6 seconds. Previously 2. Wait, what? Do mark skills have cooldowns? Yes! Another Deadeye nerf. Let's freaking go! The Ancestral Ball and Keystone passive now has totems reserve 75 spirit each. Previously, what? Wait, like for real? That's actually a massive buff to like Dark Effigy and stuff. Dark Effigy was already really good. 75 spirit totems. I'm not a totem player, I swear, but I might be tempted. Unique item change. Saval no longer has -10 to -20 max ball, and now instead has you take 50 to 20% of damage from blocked hits. Also now causes it gives that increased armor. That's funny. Oh, Savalin. Sea Glass Spear got nerfed. Good. Gemini Bow got nerfed. Good. Enable the Goblin Trope microtransaction for use in Path of Exile 2. Why? Why is this like... Why does it get its own note? What the hell? They didn't even like try to sneak it in. You guys know how like up here, you guys know like up here you have like this. You're like, oh, this is some random garbage, you know, and you just scroll past it. They're like, they want you to see this. They're like, here it is, right here. It's the only microtransaction we just added. This one specifically gets its own little highlight, its own little line. You know what the hell? I feel like I'm being assaulted right now. BRB, I'm gonna go buy goblins. Thank goodness they're like legacy, right? You can't buy goblins. They're like from a supporter pack or something. You can't buy them, correct? Yeah. But the thing is, so many people got them. They're like, they're everywhere, I swear. Every zone change, goblins. Every public area, random people you trade with. It doesn't make any sense to me. I have both the vulture and the goblins. Yeah, okay. I see what type of person you are. No, switch to Black Flame Covenant, Keystone, Fire Spells, with this damage contributing. Hey, we already knew this, but maybe they changed it to change some of the specificness to only be fire spells. Okay. Player change. Fire damage no longer inherently has chance to ignite. Instead, it inflicts flammability on enemies based on the damage dealt. Flammability is a debuff that lasts for 8 seconds. Okay. On monsters and grants all damage against the enemies, including the hit that applied flammability, a chance to ignite that are equal to their flammability magnitude. I'm gonna pretend this makes sense to me. Sounds like you hit them with fire and you stack up over the time the ability to ignite them. I guess maybe more similar to like chill and freeze. Basically freeze. Yeah, it's kind of what it sounds like to me. Combat Frenzy, Ember Fusillade, Eye of Winter. Wait, hold on, Salvo. This is good. This is good. Surely this is a nerf to the Deadeye players. Freezing Salvo. Spread has been increased by 25%. Come on, that's gotta be a nuke to the damage. Surely that nukes the single target. These bow players, I'm sick of them getting away with it, okay? This better nuke the single target on this skill. Now fires an additional arrow at each state, at each ice fragment near its target's location. Additional arrow at each ice fragment near its target location. Now has attack damage of this. Okay, percent damage went down. Now accumulates a missile every 0.75. At all gem levels, previously 1 to 8. Wait. That's faster. Wait, this is... Wait, why is this line a buff? Accumulates up to 10 additional missiles, previously 12. All right, that's better. That's better. Now provides 0 to 40% buildup, previously to blah, blah, blah. Okay. Surely the spread just nukes its damage, though. Surely the spread, it goes from, like, all the things hitting to, like, nothing hitting, unless it's a big target. It's like 4% less damage. I mean, this is more sizable than 4%. This is like 15% right here. And then this might be more, like a lot more. Maybe. I think this, come on, that's gotta be, the spread thing's gotta nuke the damage. We can hope. We can hope. These Deadeye players, they've had the good life for too long. Can now be infused with lightning to cause each ember to create a beam that chains lightning damage to enemies. The infusion is consumed when the fusillade fires all embers in that fusillade. Now has a minimum gem level 5, previously 3. Okay. See the lightning, rod, and arrow nerf? Yeah, I don't think we've seen any of that yet. Eye of Winter, and passing through Flame Wall. The Eye of Winter itself now... All the shards subsidiaries have the flame wall damage, sure. Travel further, sure. Eye of Winter no longer releases a burst of shards at the end of the flight. Frequency projectiles has been increased. Each use of the skill now deals 900% more damage with its first hit against each enemy. Now deals 900% more damage with its first hit against each enemy. Now has a cast time 1.4, previously 1.1, so it's slowed it down. Gem levels are 13 to 20. Mana cost went down a lot. Almost 50%. And a 15-second cooldown. Wait, what? What the hell is this? When did this happen? Yeah. Mana's double now? Oh. Well, I guess okay. They're changing it from like a spammable skill to a you only get to use it like a nuke button. It's more of like a hammer of the gods now. I mean, this is like a crazy multiplier, right? Gain damage 100% of as damage of the corresponding type when passing over elemental ground effects. Now deals this amount of damage. Previously this amount. 16 to 24. Okay, let's just comparison. What's Comet currently? Which is just a really slow cast, not a cooldown skill. Comet, for example, at level 13 deals 275 to 413 damage at level 13 and has the 1 second cast time plus the torture cast time. Whereas this thing deals 10 times this. It's not even more damage than Comet with a 15-second cooldown. I have Winter Ignite? No, man. It's not even like more damage than the comment. It's many times. Okay, yeah. It hits additional times afterwards. But the 900% more is only one hit. And then the extra hits after it. But it has a 15-second cooldown. You do get, you do get the gain extra stuff. But then you have to force on ground effects. Or an orb. I don't know, man. 15-second cooldown. Seems niche. I think it's like if you have ground effects, yeah, you'll press it every now and then for the damage. It still gives you crit weakness, I think. I don't know. It doesn't? Did they remove crit weakness too? I don't even see that part. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem great. Crit is 0.10, so it was last patch that was removed. Rest in peace. It's a pretty slow cast time. Not as slow as Comet, but almost as slow. Maybe with like, I don't know if you could like snapshot like an Unleash Echo type of thing. Maybe it would feel good for the occasional big hit. Because it is going to cast much faster than Comet. Because Comet, this part is like unscalable. And you have like the built-in your character moves thing, right? So like this has to be a cast on proc. Whereas the Eye of Winter can just be a on its cooldown. You get a nice a pretty decent hit. Can you read the Spear of Solaris and explain them? Let me get there first. I don't think I'm there yet. I'm on Frostbolt right now. It's gonna be Eye of Spring by the time you can cast again. Yeah, an entire season change is gonna go by. Frostbolt now has a minimum level of 5. Base projectile speed has now been lowered by 20%. No longer leaves chilled ground. Instead, it chills as though dealing more damage. Projectiles now deal this much damage at level 5. Okay, hold on. Okay, hopefully I'm understanding this correctly. So the skill that people only used for like the chilled ground got that part removed, and then they just lowered its already ZDPS to more ZDPS. It's a buff. Okay. Can Frostbolt hit multiple times? Is that why? Is it like ball lightning or something where the lower prod speed makes it hit more often? No, it can't. It's for applying chill. I mean, what if I just hit enemies with a skill that does more damage? Can't that apply chill? Because like this is like apply chill as though dealing 200% more of 0. So why would I not just click a skill that deals more damage? Easier for you to snap it? Can you snap the Frostbolts? I guess maybe. I don't know, man. The fuel thing, I still have no idea. I don't even want to like try to read the fuel thing. Living Bomb and Solar Orb have swapped places. Living Bomb is now a tier 3 elemental gem, while Solar Orb is an inherent skill to pyrophyte staves. Living Bomb no longer explodes at the end of the duration, now explodes once you deal enough damage. 30 to 46, previously 31 to 46. A little bit higher. Let Living Bomb log in. Well, it's no longer duration based. You have to cast on the enemy, and then you have to hit the enemy a bunch, right? Solar Orb no longer exists. New spell added? Yeah. I really don't like Solar Orb getting moved to a staff. I think honestly, like, oh, the staff, wand, all the skill gems being tied to those item bases really hurts my ability to use the skills to play with. Because it's like, all of a sudden you get a way stricter item requirement. And then you have the additional requirement of the item has to have a high tier of that affix. Can you stack living bombs on target, or is it one per mob? I don't remember. I literally think I played a living bomb build and I don't remember. Maybe you can stack them. Codalux says one per, okay, then sounds like it's a no for stacking them. Sounds like it's a no. I just got here, saw the Savalon nerf. Yeah, Savalon got the... I mean, Savalon was already not good, guys. Okay, let's be honest. Savalon was already kind of trash. Like, if you take 50 max block and you go to 30 max block... I don't know, man. That's... Or 50 to 40... Savalon can do any voided map in the game, sir. No, it can't. No, it can't. Savalon nerf is for your own good, guys. Stop using it. True. True. It is for your own good. That is a good point. There's a Bezalot shield for Warbringer. Yeah, there were some Warbringer enjoyers. GG took notice of that and they decided time to mess them up a little bit, you know? They saw the Warbringers having fun with Savalon. Teach them a lesson, you know? 7-hour level 1 to tier 15 Edie Contagion Fertile speedrun video by chance. Only takes 2 labs. Do you think it's possible to respec once 15? If you want to play based on a demoness that is getting entirely changed in terms of its early game power, be my guest. But that was a speedrun based on the fact that Demon Form gave you flat levels, which made it so you don't need to upgrade your items, which means you can kind of just run through and just only get XP. But Demon Form is getting changed. I was loving the 90% avoid damage Thorns build I played, but now it's pretty crap. Block builds have been they've been put on watch. Although the active block stuff is with it's pretty strong though, right? Demon Form becomes less powerful compared to Sprint as well. Yeah, Sprint is a an indirect nerf or nerf by comparison or whatever, because your counter options become better. Has anything changed? Probably, but we don't have the trees. All right, guys. This is like, how do I put this? The amount of times I've seen a post by Neversink is not many. I don't think the amount of times I've seen Neversink has posted a video is very few. It's a 2-minute and 54-second video. So we're going to watch it. Now, I don't even know what this is about, but it said Filter Blade something feature, and I want to know, okay? I want the new Filter Blade tech with one click, prepare your leveling filter. I want to see. I want to see what he's been cooking up, just because maybe it's relevant, and I'm curious. Music's on, yeah, I turned it off, and I'll make it so YouTube can hear. But we're looking at Neversink's. I guess he did an update to Filter Blade
for the upcoming 0.3 UE2 league. This is something I'm very excited about, and it's a great way to quickly customize your filter. Filter Blade offers a lot of options to customize filters to exactly what you want, but sometimes it's a bit much. Now, just if you want to customize your filter to a very specific build, let's say you're playing a classical mercenary crossbow and some evasion armor types, you can now go to auto adjust for build and select your class. Now, if we're going to select a monk, you expect to see quarterstaffs, right? And you see exactly that, evasion and energy shield bases.
That was kind of sick.
A witch will use Vaughn, Scepters, Foci, and energy shield centric bases. A huntress will use spears and bucklers, right? And you can go for, of course, for a mercenary with crossbows, evasion, and armor items. Now, of course, you can adjust all of that to whatever you prefer to use. Now, I'm going to just go for the classical crossbow combination and click apply. Now, everything is pre-customized. Now, note this only affects the leveling part. Endgame will need a different algorithm because there's economy implications, and I'm going to take a look and build that for the next period you league. For now, it's the only leveling. So let's take a look. If you go to simulate, we see crossbows. Now, this is actually a superior crossbow, so it would be shown anyway. You see a rare crossbow. We see a Valkyries because it fits our armor types, and we of course see currencies, jewelry, so all of the other important things are still shown. Now this is a level 40 zone. At this point it will also hide rares for like spears and bows, item types you don't use. In lower zones, in Act 1, Act 2, you will still see rares, and in Act 1 you will still see magic items for vendoring and disenchanting. Of course, in a lower highlight than the rares you care for. And that's pretty much it. Now, the update also comes with a ton of other new features. We have global style themes. These are still in the works, so I'm not quite ready to show them off. We have overquality filtering for chanting bases, uniques for normal bases. We have identified mod filtering, tiering improvements, a lot of good stuff. And I also have like still hundreds of items to implement because GG has dropped a humongous patch in terms of items. So yeah, I'm gonna cut it short. Use the feature, it's great for starting a new league. So overview, auto adjust for build. This is gonna be live on Friday. I'm gonna stream the final part of the filter development process as usual on Twitch on Friday. I need all the time I can get here because, well, over 300 new items. Anyway, that's it. Thank you. I hope you have a great 0.3.
Yeah, he's like, what the hell, GGG? You guys want the link? Yeah, I'll get you guys the link. That's a pretty nice feature. I'll link that to YouTube chat as well if they wanted to watch Neversink's update. So basically, it's kind of relevant for you guys. Remember, there was somebody who asked earlier, who was like, "Lance, can I have custom stuff for the class I'm gonna play?" There was somebody who asked earlier, and then I was like, "No, go to Filter Blade." And well, hey, Filter Blade is still the answer. Because that's if you want class specific stuff, that's pretty convenient. That is pretty convenient.
Cheese in a couple minutes, I'm gonna die.
New league. So overview, auto adjust for build.
Overview. Auto adjust for build. Coming soon. Wait, what? It's not here yet? Did we get scammed? I've been baited. Comes out on Friday. Okay. All right, soon TM. Soon TM. I don't think I'm going to use this for Trade League, but I will use this for, probably for, if I do an SSF run, I would use this definitely for an SSF run. Lance is old, I can't get here, you know, maybe a little bit. Maybe slightly also true. Trade League, I'm still going to pick up everything and ID things as I go. Also, just, it's one of your sources, it's one of your big sources of gold is IDing rares, I feel like. You gonna race Farmer today? Is he streaming yet? He's not streaming. We may talk him into a race. I kind of wonder if he would do a oh, what's it called? A a race where he plays with a controller and I play with a mouse and keyboard. The old switched positions. Act 3 race time, Connor? Dude, oh, that's so long though. That's so long. I saw you practicing Act 2. That was a one-run situation, Connor. That was a one and done. That's more excuse fuel for him? Yeah, I mean, it'd be good content though, right? Because I haven't been practicing mouse and keyboard at all. And he hasn't practiced the controller at all. I think that'd be good content. I.e., I would destroy him. He would take like 2 hours with controller to do Act 1. It would be insane. I'd probably be faster than my controller time if I did mouse and keyboard, unironically. Mouse and keyboard is OP. Do a full campaign? I don't want to do a full campaign, man. Full campaign's a long time. Full campaign is a long time. Do a level 1 to tier 15 in 7 hours. Nope. I'm not that fast, man. No point doing a full campaign run with Cruel being gone. I like what Rage is saying, guys. Not just because I'm trying to avoid doing a campaign run, but because I believe what he's saying is correct. No point in practicing Cruel if it doesn't exist. A genre race? Good riddance to Cruel, yes. Good riddance to Cruel. Only Act 1 to 3. I guess I haven't technically finished Act 3 at all. I've done a couple runs up to Cruel Lab, and that's it. But I'm okay with that. I'm pretty content and happy with that, I think. I wonder how long until the when's that pre-patch download? PathofExile.com. Okay, it is loading. We're good. I think the most time you can gain is from a good Act 1. I feel like Act 1 kind of does set you up for the rest of the campaign. And other stuff is like kind of going through the motions. 3 to 6 hours for just an Act 3 run, Connor? Or for like a... what are we talking here? Full campaign run. What's the fat? Look up at like an Angormus run. How fast does Angormus do? a campaign run. Let's check his VODs. Let's check his VODs. Let's do some research here. I wonder what the it's over here. I wonder what the fire Archon requirements are going to be. Yeah, I'm kind of interested for sure, because ideally if we could get around needing to proc, like if we could proc it with something that isn't mana, that would be nice. Like if fire is like spend a percentage of your life pool, that would be like, holy, that's perfect. You know, that would work great for us type of thing. What's Connor playing? Connor's going to play Amazon. I think he's doing Queen of Forest. Speed stacker. For the pre-download, 3 to 6 hours from now. So we might get one tonight. We might get it tonight then. Well, I mean, we'll get it tonight, but it'll be like maybe before we end stream. One more round of Deadeye nerfs and I'll achieve full power. There's a few more left to go, right? The last day to do some Deadeye nerfs is pulling in. Prage, they nerf Tailwind. I'd be down for like a they take Tailwind and they take off the movement speed. Who's with me? Just get rid of the movement speed portion of Tailwind. Just let Tailwind only be 3% skill speed per stack. Just hey, that's 10% movement speed they don't deserve. You know what I'm saying? Just take away that movement speed. That would be hey, that'd be fair, okay? 30% freaking attack speed in an ascendancy point is already pretty decent. They don't need 10% movement speed. Or you give it the warrior treatment, extra evasion, and 10% less movement speed. That would be 1% reduced movement speed per stack, 5% increased evasion per stack, something like that. That would be sadistic. Gotta slow it down, bring it in line with the vision. Yep. Exactly. Okay, just out of curiosity. And Gormus is done with Act 1 at 47 minutes. That's not even that much faster than us, guys. That's like, he's like 10 minutes ahead. We're not even that much slower than Angormus, okay? Look at, oh my word. Look at the amount of sweating going on here. Guys, I feel like I'm sweating just looking at this gameplay. Look at that. How disgusting is this, guys? Every single inch of progression. Look at the mouse movement. Look at this. I just free back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I'm hoping Sprint makes this pain, but I'm sorry, wait, where'd the HP bar of the boss go? Back it up, back it up. What the hell happened? Okay, so 1,000 damage instantly, perfect strike. How is that fair? I'm pretty sure he has like a white mace. Okay, well it's good. Hey, that's why they're doing they're nerfing Perfect Strike and they're nerfing Infernal Cry too, right? They're nerfing both. He's getting the double tap from both sides. I'm pretty sure I had like a white mace on just now. Warrior needs some more nerfs if you ask me. Yeah, that's messed up stuff. If it takes 3 business days to deliver, it better be a one-shot. Yeah, it did not take 3 business days. I cast like 2 Essence Drains in the time it takes him to get that 1 mace shot. And you know how much damage my 2 Essence Drains do? A hell of a lot less. And I will say this, Essence Drain is a lot better than most other skills at that point. So, I don't know, man. But you're mobile? I'm mobile? I am slightly, very insignificantly more mobile. And the thing is, the boss gets completely stun locked, so he can just repeat attack, and it doesn't even matter if he's mobile or not, because the boss can't do anything. Hold on, let's back it up. Okay, you guys are trying to justify this disgusting level of OP-ness. Let's back it up to the Geonor kill. Let's see if you're quite. Well, hold on. Geonor kill. Oh, he's just dialoguing. Okay, let's see. One shot. Yeah, he does have basically a white mace. He has a white mace, guys. 2 to 6 cold damage. Why am I not playing warrior? Because I like other things. I want to play caster build. Okay. Personally, I would prefer to play strength in. That's my favorite class archetype in ARPGs. Yo, Prime BG, appreciate the sub, man. I think it's fine to say outliers deserve a little bit of justice, and this is clearly an outlier, right? Heavy stun into dead. That's ay. Builds that stack stats are outliers. Good builds, believe it or not, stack stats, Andre. If you don't realize that ARPGs are all about making number big in whatever aspect, maybe you just don't understand what ARPGs are. And yes, I have regularly said certain things I think are stronger than other things and need to get nerfed. I have said many times I think ES builds are much better than life builds and need to get nerfed. What's the difference? Okay, if I'm willing to say my ES build should be nerfed, and I'm willing to say this is clearly an outlier for damage, this deserves a little bit of nerf. Ain't nothing wrong with that. What do you like about strength ints? I like the archetype of like the battle mage, quote unquote, idea. I like that, like fantasy or whatever you want to call it, you know? And so the strength int archetype kind of fits that, you know, the thematics of it. Paladin, yeah, that sort of thing, yeah. That's just like you know, same as like somebody might want to play a bow character, or somebody might want to play, let's say, a sword character. I think something like a flail would sound cooler to me than a sword or a bow, if that makes any sense. All right, anyways, what I really came here to do was see how fast an actual speedrunner runs Act 2. Wait, he started over? Why did he start over? I thought he was doing like a full run. Did he die or something? Did he die to this guy? No. He did die to the strong box. Rest in peace. Instantaneous deletion. What the hell? The Ice Spike Strongbox. a lot of Smith and Katavas going on there. Freezebox OP. Yeah, Freezebox annihilated him. All right, let's see. Does he have a run where he doesn't die? So he's Trial Second Mug, an hour and 30 in. Is this even a warrior? This is a warrior, right? Well, yeah, it is a warrior. This is act 2 times about 2 hours. And he died again? Yeah, so he did his act 2 in about 2 hours. I don't feel so bad about my 3-hour cruel lab time. This makes me feel a little bit better. Was it a monkey death? Might have been. Then he'll be like 2.5 with sprint. Sprint definitely will improve it a lot. It'll be nice to not have to force in shield charge and do the weapon swapping and stuff for sure. That Titan Zone's really rippy with the worms and the giant skeletons trying to get free with you. Yeah. Those things are like hard to get past too, right? Exalt slamming his item. Mess him up. Where's like so much clunkier? Oh, dude, it is the monkey, isn't it? No, it's still not the monkey. What did he? No, it is the monkey. Really? No, he just... That's not the monkey. Oh my... He annihilated that thing. Okay, not the monkey. Not the monkey. He didn't die. He just was like, nah, man, I'm out. I'm out. He did not die. He's getting tired of being an Act 3. No, he's still going. No, he turned off the timer. The Act 3 got him. Psychologically, Act 3 won. However bloated will the market be for Deadeyes? Over bloated? I don't know. It may be a situation where a lot of your good items for Deadeyes are actually quite a bit more expensive than good items for other classes. One thing that happens, and this is one of the issues with playing meta, you get the situation where a lot of your early game items that would be like nice power pieces are actually just way more expensive because of the competition. But it kind of has like a yo-yo effect in terms of like, it feels like you suffer early competing for pieces, but then later on, you have a situation where people are selling their mid-level gear back to you. But the thing is, that's more of a PoE 1 thing where people have actually like crafted gear. In PoE 2, it's basically just whatever item drops on the ground is the item that drops on the ground. So I don't think there's going to be like as much extra generation of the specific pieces for specific builds. So it's probably going to be pretty rough cost-wise. Yeah, hand-me-downs. I don't think the hand-me-down effect will be as much in PoE 2. Do you guys think the PoE 2 hand-me-down effect will be competitive? Because I feel like in PoE 1 it makes some sense because you have the you have the situation where a bunch of people craft their own gear, but in PoE 2, I don't think you have as much of that happening, really. Just give it some time until Fub swaps, then snipe the gear cheap. Snipe the gear cheap. Do people trade in chaos/divs now? I don't know what it's gonna be. That I have no idea. Yeah, so he's pretty consistent on like the 45-minute run time for a Geonor. I feel less bad about my 1 hour runs on Contagion. Prostigma, yeah. Wonder if there's any speedrunners that play Contagion, ED Contagion. Does Sarge play ED Contagion? He's kind of good at this game, right? Trying Mace. Oh. The 7-hour guy has a run on YouTube. I don't really want to look at a run that's based on... Well, I guess we could look at it for the initial, but I don't... The run is based on Demon Form, which is significantly worse for a speed run with the change. It doesn't have like its base levels. Like you lose a lot of that base power scaling that you get from Demon Form. I got a Gigafast Demon Form run of you, Vixo? Yeah, I'd be curious to look at it. Pathing, looking at Chonk. Okay, he's just looking at the stuff. He's not actually playing. Okay, rest in peace. I'll be party playing this league with my girlfriend only so we should beat the campaign in about 45 hours. You think your girlfriend's gonna play the game that long with you? That's some commitment. This guy. Okay. Did he post like YouTube videos or is just Twitch? Not a channel. It's probably just YouTube then, maybe? I would be curious about seeing his okay, there it is. The 7-hour T15 run. Which Demon Form's kind of insane. Dang, so he does a 45-minute Act 1. This guy is a flying. And then finishes Act 3 in 2:30. Campaign is done in 5 hours, then going from T1 to T15 only takes him 2 hours. That's pretty crazy. 200 HP. Oh no, is that how much he has? No, he has 1,000 here. Yeah, but this run is dependent on like the old Demon Form kind of carrying your base damage. Oh, Bone Sphere is disgusting too. I can't look at that. Bone Spear is just disgusting. Gonna be 5-hour campaign with the Peepo run. Yeah, the sprint. The sprint's gonna be a very big increase to overall campaign speed. Movement's good. So I think the Demon Form's getting nerfed by sprint being a thing. Because like the dodge is no longer as relevant, right? Because you can do sprint for a lot of the zones. Remember the Demon Form had a much longer dash? Yeah, it did initially, right? Either way, this The speedrunning capability of Demon is going to be quite a bit weaker with the loss of the base gem levels that used to come with it. Check the link I sent. Is this not just the same thing we were just looking at? Is this just the same thing we were just looking at? Yep. It's the exact same thing. He killed Devourer in Act 1 too. With this run, did he actually? Frostbomb's gonna be way weaker. What kind of helmet has he got on? Is that like a unique? That kind of looks like a unique. Wait a minute. What the hell is this? Are we getting flexed on? That's the demigods, isn't it? Rarity of items found, virtuous. I don't know about that. That seems like a cheater run if you ask me. Can we actually count this as an official run when he's playing with 25 extra rarity at the start? He didn't drop. Yeah, you don't drop this. This is from the Act 3 boss race event. So he just starts, his character just starts with it on. Seems illegitimate if you ask me. He's gonna be dropping uniques and rares. Like that heavily affects the runtime, that extra bonus 25 rarity. How long into the run do you think he's wearing it for? They show up like that when you use the item as MTX? Even in your inventory? Oh, you know what? You're right. Okay, never mind. He's legit. Okay. So it just takes over the item slot even if he puts it on. Because he doesn't have one on right now. Okay, yeah, you guys are right. All right, never mind. Legit run. Sorry for questioning. Okay, I see. I was gonna say, I was like, man, they can just do that? Demigod enjoying. He's anticipating the 10-cent server, something like that. So he actually goes and fights Devourer? Like, is it on purpose? Wait, did he just zone reset? No, he didn't. Okay. So this is where the gem socket is. I guess if I have the bridge, that's good to know. I didn't know where to find the gem socket. Frostbomb. Frostbomb is the go-to way. But Frostbomb's not going to have the damage it does now. I don't know how, but like, really? He didn't have like a single one of his minions die during that. I feel like I go into Barra and Barra just instantly kills all the minions. Just all of them just instantly die. So that is the... So it is actually intentionally doing Devourer. Really? And this is a 45-minute campaign run? What? Is Devourer correct? I have no idea. Why would Devourer be correct? I feel like it's such a big time loss. She kills level 1, but with level 2 Scepter, it's easy. So if you get a level 2 Scepter off of You buy from the vendor, is that what they did? So gets a support gem. Do you get a support gem here? You don't get a support gem. I guess you get an artificer. Sells a bunch of loot. +1. Not the right type though. You support gem from Renly from the kill. Ooh. Oh, 10 MS boots. Oh my word. 10 MS boots? Alright, stop the count. Stop. This is clearly a cheater run. 10 MS boots is clearly a cheater run. Stop the count. That ain't right. That ain't right. Alright, hold on. I wanna like check this thing you guys are talking about, the scepter. So does he get a new scepter off of the boss, or does he buy it from the shop? Sampling runs, yep. Okay, so currently he still has the same scepter, right? Still the same scepter. You guys are saying there's something like a level 2 scepter is just way easier for Bara? You guys messing with me? Got the frost bomb, okay. No, he didn't buy a scepter. Didn't you get 10 MS boots? I don't know what you're talking about. The level 2 warriors do like 3.25 times more damage. So he took off his scepter now. And then you get a level 2 scepter from the box? Is that what's going on? No. So he did that to not have the annoying gem placement in the sockets, I guess. Yeah, I feel like all my minions would have been dead. Like, you know, there was like a queued up AoE attack that just didn't occur. I did get a level 2 scepter from the vendor. Okay, I'm kind of curious about this level 2 scepter stuff. You guys are successfully baiting me. Okay, create solo self-found mode. Wait, I need to break out the controller. We got him, guys. We're testing the level 2 scepter thing. You guys are successfully baiting me. I hope you're happy with yourselves. This better be real. If this isn't real, I'm gonna find out, okay? Level 2 scepter tech.
At the end of a noose. Speak your last.
Turn this off. What controller do you have? It's an Xbox One controller is what I have. Okay. This better be the best experience of my life, okay, guys? This level 2 scepter doesn't, like, single-handedly destroy everything. I'm going to track down the person who told me the level 2 scepter tech. It better be the greatest thing I've ever experienced. Wait, should I also go for a level 2 withered wand?
Oh, I'm going to like it here.
Level 2 scepter requires level 6. Oh, are you guys serious? You guys messing with me? Level 3 is what it's required. You're telling me there's not even gonna be a level 2? Level 3 requires level 6?
This oozes. It is darkness. I welcome it.
My Miller just dropped a level 2 blue scepter. I can't tell if you guys are messing with me. I feel like you guys are messing with me though. Hey Lord Enki, how you doing? We'll know soon enough. We'll kill the Miller. We'll know soon enough.
The miller, I presume.
Ain't no way that hit me, man. Get him, boys. Get him.
My first taste of true power. Impressive size, but little.
All right. See if the level 2 scepter's real.
Please come inside.
Hey, Cajun, how you doing, man? Weather's upon us, and we're nearly dying to Miller. Oh, it wasn't even close. Relax. Relax. All right, level 2 scepter. Have I been baited?
Makes fun of my collection.
There is level 2 skeleton warriors, but it is level 3 requirement. Okay, okay, I kind of see what you're saying. Is that the same with like level 2 withered wand as well? Okay, so maybe the consideration is that we sell some of this early stuff. Is the level 2 skeletons more important or the level 2 chaos bolt? What do you guys think? Level 2 skelly versus level 2 chaos bolt. Let's see if it's like a noticeable. The skeletons? Oh, I bought the chaos bolt. What's going on here? What's going on here? No! I guess, you know, I'll get to level 3 and then we can check the damage difference, guys. That's a good way to do this, right? Single-handedly took down PoEDV. No, it wasn't me, man. It wasn't me. Okay, let's see if we can get a good. Let's see if we can get a good. See if we can just copy what they did, but without the frost bomb. Oh, whoops! I was supposed to do this too. Yeah, we're gonna have the advantage of the skeletal sniper, right? And I'm gonna actually put the gas cloud on my keybind. Where is my Bira? Okay, so there's Grellwood. Let's go straight down this way then, maybe? Bugged layout. Wait, what's bugged about the layout? Layout's fine, right? Come on, these torches gotta be the right direction, right? Not the correct direction. We're getting closer, though. You should be near the Growlwood. Are we sure? Ah! All right, we found her. Guys, stop getting distracted by the wolves out here. We lost all of our ramp time, guys. I got her aiming the other direction. I kind of scammed myself with that gas cloud missing. All right. Honestly, okay, with the sniper, with the skeletal sniper, this ain't half bad. All right, so we got the level for the Chaos Bolt. Now let's compare. Let's compare the Chaos Bolt level 1 and 2. 5 to 9 versus 7 to 14. Okay, that's actually pretty huge. All right. I think in future runs, we are going to consider buying the level 2 scepter and the level 2. Let's actually do a comparison right now. I'm going to go through the zone. We'll go back. We'll buy a level 2 scepter and we will compare to see what it feels like in this zone with Chaos Bolt being level 2 and with Skeleton Warrior being level 2. Hey Ode, appreciate the prime. My question get answered, Kunoi? I think I missed what your question was, but it looks like somebody else answered you. We need to copy the Speedman's blueprint if we want to truly ascend. No, you can't just copy things one-to-one. So there's a few issues with that. Number one is, he's better at the game, so he's doing things that that's not the regex. That's not the regex. Typing the guy's name into. That's how you copy his speedrun strats. You just type his name into the search bar. Okay. So the one level 2 skeleton scepter disappeared. That's good, I guess. Or I guess there's these ones that exist too, but I can't afford them.
It's beautiful. I accept.
All right. Well, I guess we'll try and see what it feels like with just the level 2 Chaos Bolt. I suspect this damage is gonna feel pretty OP, honestly. Do it against this witch right here.
A sister in the grave. Curious.
That's definitely noticeably better, right? That's significantly better. Because I guess it's 7 to 14 versus what, 5 to 9. So it's an average of 7 damage versus an average of 10.5, which is almost 50% more damage, right? And that's most of our damage at this point. Okay, so for sure buying the Chaos Bolt's worth it, and the skeletons are probably worth it too then. Literally 50% more? Yeah, well, yeah, it is. Mathematically is, yeah. Test the non-SS7 and just buy the gear? Nah, I think this test is fine. So, okay, so I think my priority is going to be the Withered Wand. Like, if I have the choice between the level 2 Skeleton and the level 2 Chaos Bolt, I'm going to choose the Chaos Bolt. And the reason I'm going to do that is because that way I have an extra wand I can spend transmutes on. Because, like, the highest priority getting out of Act 1 is walking away with some gem level gear. And the more, like, blank wands I have, the more attempts I have at transmute plus aug to try to hit plus levels. So I think I'd rather prioritize that first over the skeleton. But if I only have one or the other, I'll probably get at least one of those options. Which of the two is better to buy? The thing is, you can end up getting both, though, right? Okay, like right now I couldn't get both because the one got, you know, swapped out of the shop or whatever, but that's not always gonna happen, and there might be scenarios where it swaps another one onto the shop. I do think I think the Chaos Bolt's more necessary. Are there any guides how to craft CDR ES int boots? It's a recombination craft. So look up any guide on how to recombinate and that's your answer. Wait, no, CDR ES int? Yeah, no, that's recombination. Well, okay, if you need it to be double influence, if you're like doing an elevated CDR, then I would go from a magic imprint angle. Like if you have a if you're doing elevated CDR, I would go memory strand, magic imprint type of thing and work on the suffixes that way and do prefixes afterwards.
Blood, bones, and rust. Death in abundance.
The level 2 devours faster and the extra support helps a ton in Red Veil. The extra support helps a ton in Red Veil. So does he use it for Red Veil? So he does Devour. I don't know, man. Devour feels like... Okay, look, he went like exactly the right way he was supposed to go. Every single turn. I don't think I don't have that kind of knowledge on the layout. I feel like there's a good chance I just get lost in there and waste, you know, 10 minutes or something. What support does he end up using with the support gem he gets? $10 MS boots, cheater run confirmed. I don't even know what he grabbed. Maybe Arcane Tempo? I have no idea. Magnified Effect, Frostbomb. Guys, the Frostbomb thing is just not going to be... Frostbomb's really good now because it has a bunch of flat for a leveling run. But Frostbomb's getting... its early game base damage is getting reduced by more than half. Get the free support gem though, but what would I be using it on? He says to use the new frost skill. There's a new cold skill that's being added. Where is that at? Player changes, reworks, let's pay endgame changes, new content and features. Toxic Name, Ice Tips, Arrows, Frost Darts. Conjure a number of icy projectiles that launch towards the target. Projectiles that hit a chilled, frozen target create chunks of ice that deal additional damage on impacting the ground. Consume a cold infusion if possible to cause each projectile to lodge in the enemy, then explode. You think the Frost Darts is going to be OP? The Frost Darts. It's in their video. Did they showcase Frost Darts? Are we going to get the preload? Within a couple hours, probably. 3 to 5 hours, probably. 2 to 4 hours, about would be my guess. Let's go find the they showcased it in the video, right? Do 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 do. Skill changes. Let's just kind of scroll back through. 1 million views? That's pretty crazy. They're showcasing the infusions. There's Arc, there's Ember Fusillade. It was used when they fought Geonor. Oh, okay, here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is. All right. Examine.
Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground.
I'm sorry. Look at how much his HP bars when he moves when he does Ice Nova.
Ice Nova
Just tiny little bit.
will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion. And
He has 3 cold
we
infusions.
also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember.
That plus Frostbomb will chunk? I don't know, man. This showcase is showcasing having the infusions beforehand, and he didn't generate any in the showcase of using
Infusion
it,
though,
right?
and the ice shards will explode.
And like all of its damage happened with those chunks, right? Like
A new low-level skill that fires ice
he does 500 with the cast, and then the explosion part was the
Shards.
infusion, right?
Use it with
That's
cold.
the part that did way more damage. Look at the description on it. Conjures a launch towards any target. The projectiles that hit a chilled or frozen target create chunks of ice that deal additional damage on impacting the ground. Consume cold fusion, then explode, right? Infusion was almost 10x the damage. It kind of seemed like it, right? Because in this showcase, it was... What was it, 500?
And we also added a new low-level skill that fires
Yeah, 500?
ice shards. Use it with cold infusion.
Yeah, it was like 7x the damage because it went from 500 to
And we also added a new low-level
Okay.
skill that fires ice shards. Use it with
it went from 500 to 4k. So the follow-up from infusion was 7x the damage of the initial skill cast. Not saying the initial skill cast in balanced terms was bad, and then it's like completely contingent on infusion, or the other way to look at it is the initial cast is reasonable and the infusion is insane. That's a cool looking skill.
With Cold Infusion, though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now
Can't wait for the 7x spark. I mean, the 7x spark is this clip, right? Which we don't know if it's 7x spark.
Spark will create a nova of Cold Infusion.
How many projectiles is that, just out of curiosity? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't freaking tell. It's a lot of projectiles, right? Maybe it's like old spark is how many projectiles it's shooting
Transform
out.
how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold infused projectiles. Nova of
Dude, I want to somehow have
skills to transform
consistency
how
on
they
spark
work.
with the cold infusion.
Spark will create
Okay, what's the cold infusion generation here? It's just one frost bomb.
now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frost bomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground.
When a frost bomb explodes, it leaves a cold infusion. So every frost bomb cast is a guaranteed cold infusion, and frost bomb doesn't have a cooldown now. Frost bomb does have a cooldown. 4-second detonation time, so it's a way longer detonation time. Limit of 1. Well, it's not just a limit of 1. It has a freaking 6-second cooldown. So that's a pretty big delay on that generation source of cold infusion. Cascade, you have 3. Yeah, I guess you can invest into more CDR too or something. Let's go long cooldown on the dead's kill to me, Eloy. I mean, you can reduce the cooldowns to some extent, but I'm hoping there's going to be other ways to generate infusions that are more consistent or reliable. Stormweaver can get 2. So Stormweaver it has 2 nodes that do infusion stuff. It has this one. Wait, no, not this one. This one. Scouring Wind's notable. No longer gives exposure, but instead now gives remnants or infusions you create reappear once every 3 seconds. So it technically doubles with this, but then there's like this weird delay thing, which that's not great. And then there's Heart of the Storm, which gives the 50% chance when collecting an elemental to gain another of a different type. So it doesn't necessarily give you the infusion you want. It gives you a different one than the one you currently have, which may or may not be useful depending on your skill. You know, like some skills can benefit with multiple types, like Firestorm can benefit from all 3 types, right? Whereas some other skills can't. Will casting Cold Infusion spark grant more Cold Infusions by freezing? Yeah, so the biggest infusion generator we've seen in these videos is the persistent
After
buff,
picking it up, you can spend it on one of
which
any number
procs
of different skills to
the stuff
transform how
on
they work.
freeze or procs the stuff on ignite.
Spark will create
shock,
a nova of
etc.,
cold
right?
infused projectiles. Ice Nova will leave a chill.
Like in that clip, he's kind of just self-sustaining while he's mapping. The concern's more
area on the
what's
ground.
the sustain on those infusions on a boss, I guess.
And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it.
Does Orb of Storms have a cooldown? It does. They didn't add a cooldown to this, right? Orb of Storms. Now triggers, blah, 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 and nothing says cooldown, right? Longer duration. Does it have the thing where it's like a cast limit or whatever? Now creates a lightning infusion if all the bolts are used up. Maximum of 8 bolts. Yeah, so you have to cast 8 times per proc with it. That kind of built
And
in
that's all
delay
spells,
for
by the
that,
way,
giving
not
you
just
infusion too.
Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it.
I guess, you know, one of the things I'm underestimating here is Elemental Storm. Isn't that a source of infusions too? Because it's an orb skill. Because you can like consume the orb skill with Snap. With 3x arc and cast on crit, you could get infused fast. AF. Yeah, the thing is, okay, guys. What I'm thinking about right now is the fact your infusions only work once per cast, but are you getting an infusion back per cast? Not really from what we've seen too much, right? Outside of the, like, you have cults, like you have freaking Frost Bomb, Orb of Storms, but that has a 6-second cooldown, or you have to cast 8 other times inside this to generate an infusion. I really wish Stormweaver would be good. It seems with side G-Lance, somebody's talking about it. What do you mean? I'm literally playing Bloodmage. The only reason I've been talking about Stormweaver is just because we're talking about infusions and looking at what it gives, but I'm not even.
Or power up
I'm not
Ember
playing
Fusillade with
Stormweaver.
lightning,
I'm playing to play
which will
Bloodmage.
generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits.
What is this, Dooms? Holy, is an entire write-up. Okay, I can't even zoom into this. It won't let me. All right. Wait, can I zoom now? Okay, now we can zoom. Infusion generators. So they put a nice little thing together of the different sources we've seen. Which, looking at the sources, Siphon Elements is the only one I kind of like. I don't like Frost Bomb. 6-second cooldown sounds terrible. Orb of Storms, you have to proc it and then cast 8 times to generate it. That sounds not good. Living Bomb, you proc on the enemy, then you deal damage to then blow it up. That maybe could work on some trigger setups. So that seems a little bit better. And Snap creates it on blowing up orbs. So if you have some proc skills that consistently proc the orb skills and you blow those up. The Raptor Pet kills Goblin music. Confirmed. Wait, for real? They finally stopped the music? Looks like meat's back on the menu. Snap can also blow up freeze or ignites. Like if it removes an ailment. Snap is a reworked named Snap and now used on any frozen shotgun enemy or Frostbolt, causing the explosion of the corresponding damage type and creating a remnant of the corresponding type from enemies. This explosion can chain react to a limited extent from enemies hit that are affected of the same element. Now dealing blah blah blah. Causing an explosion of the corresponding damage type and creating a remnant of corresponding type. Okay. So I guess if you're proccing snaps consistently on shocked enemies or cold enemies, or it has to be frozen though, so that's gonna be inconsistent. But the shock's consistent, or the ignite might be consistent-ish. So if you needed lightning remnant, that might be a good access source for that. But freeze is gonna be less consistently there. Mr. Lance, consider me baited. Oh, maybe. Arc Infusion, chain additional times to deal more damage. Fire Infusion, leave a trail of ignited ground and explode at the end of travel. Cold Fusion, fire a large number of ice projectiles dealing both cold and lightning damage. I want this, is what I want. I want the Cold Infusion, but I feel like it's going to be... Cold Infusions, I feel like they're harder to get inherently because they're locked behind freezes, not just chills. From Frostbolt, so then you have the situation where you have to cast on ailments with both Snap and Frostbolt, both of those. How much Spirit Reservation is that at that point? Convert Spark to Cold, Cast on Crit, or Ailment, proc, Snap. Well, my concern is you don't proc freezes that often, right? Like, freezes are way harder to proc than, like, shocks are, for example. Especially bosses, yeah. Ember Fusillade, Lightning Infusion. Tire Fusillade to create a beam that chains lightning to enemies. That seems cool. But not like insane damage. Grant additional lightning damage to pass through. Create secondary firebolt projectiles on impact. Ignited Ground. All elemental infusions. Deal more damage. Chilled Ground. Frost starts. Explode. Comment, deal extra fire damage. Hopefully fire infused, fire converted, fire archon, cast on crit comments. Yeah, you could do that. I think I might be coping that maybe the cold archon proc won't be hard to do, and then we could go cold conversion on spark. Fire infusing should be super easy to get, like Giga easy. The fire infusion should be Giga easy because it's based on Ignite. Well, they're changing Ignite a decent amount, right? I guess the living bombs would maybe be some more consistent. Trially Spark sounds like the dream. Get the flame wall plus the cold infusion. Can I have the link, please? Sure, is that that's what we're looking at. You still planning on doing demon form? Maybe as a second build. I don't like demon form for a league starter though. I think the change makes it a better late game character, but a worse early game character. So cold archon would work with spark potentially. Lightning archon would work with arc. Thinking flame wall behind the lightning with orb of storms and living bomb. Is living bomb giving us anything there? Oh, I see what you're saying. You want to put the fire infusion on the ball lightning plus the lightning infusion on the flame wall. Is this the evidence of the MTX killing it? Big. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. The goblin players beware. The raptor is coming. Your little goblin pets are about to get silenced on a regular basis. I'm uninstalling. Too late. You already bought the goblin pet. You got bamboozled. Stay away from my goblins. How about you stop taking your goblins into public places, okay? Before they learn to shut up and keep it to themselves, okay? How about that? That's how I feel about your little goblins, okay? The nuisance to the society that they are. Three goblins just wanted to make music. Not anymore. Silenced. Silenced. New player here. I don't understand infusing too much. Won't it be annoying to cast off, then pick it up on the ground and get infused? That is a very real concern. The pickup radius seems very generous on the infusions, but as for the puzzle of solving how much can you utilize this thing with having the best quality of life, that's the question, right? They're definitely, I don't know. So far from the stuff we've seen, there's a lot of limitations on the ability to utilize them. So that's the one thing I'm a little bit sketched out about is the infusions being very limited in terms of being able to utilize. Which Falcon? It's the new MTX $30 pack supporter. You have to figure out you can generate them smoothly? Yeah. That is the question. We also don't really know like how much they actually impact the various skills that they have them on, right? Like the Frost Darts example, that was like 7x the damage or something. It was a very large increase. We don't know how much that's going to be the case or how much these other ones are going to change these other skills. And there might be other ones that aren't. These are just the ones they showcased, right? Did they remove the ability for Snap to work on Orb of Storms? Maybe. Or on a Frostbolt. The Gamescon video made Cold Spark like 5x the damage. The Gamescon video. What? Do you have a link to that? The 27th has the most recent snap change. The snap changes. I mean, that's just the stuff up there. It doesn't reference Orbistorms, so potentially the Orbistorm Solar Orb thing is not a thing. Consume all ions or just one? It doesn't specify if it consumes all when it procs. It might, and then give you an infusion for each, or just proc one. Tomato, you have the video. Chronics, we played at the Pee-wee 2 boss race event. Ooh, actually, hold on. We can actually see footage from the thing. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Been on the Gamescom and the
Take a look.
GGG booth.
How do you preload the update? They said there's a torrent file. That'll be like tonight. I don't think it's out yet.
And by the way, Gamescom is still running. If you're in Germany and you're close, I would certainly check it out. I was able to play the Pee-wee 2 boss rush, and we, as you can see here in the background, it's not only me. We were on stage, Woody and I. Woody is right there. You can see him right there, and we had a 1v1 challenge. And there was also a leaderboard depending on how many bosses you kill and how fast you are and so on. That was actually really freaking cool. I had a
Actual
tons of
footage?
fun, right? And Woody and I,
There's a lot of spoilers in here, I heard, and I'm not gonna watch. Wait, there's spoilers? Hold on, let me get on my enhanced glasses. I'm gonna watch even harder. Yes. They fight new bosses? Oh. Do I want to see new bosses? That's a good point. I might want to hold off on seeing the new bosses. I do want to see the difference that the cold infusion spark makes. I do want to see the difference that the cold infusion spark makes. You want to see everything? I mean, we've already seen some things, right? We've already seen some things. This is like the closest thing we can get to how infusions work, right? I think I kind of want to watch it just so it can give us like a prerequisite look into what infusions are in terms of how they look in actual gameplay, not just like chopped up clips of like already having the infusions on your character. I think we're gonna watch it, guys. I'm making a judgment call. I'm too curious about the infusion stuff. Boost the gameplay. What do you mean boost the gameplay? Need the fresh experience? Yeah, I don't know. I really want to see what the infusion generation looks like in game. Because I'm like psychologically questioning the generation methods. Just skip the new bosses. Surely there's an old boss in there.
we decided to go with the
That kind of looks like a new area. It looks like a lot of new areas. Okay, so there might there's an old boss after the first boss. This boss is an old boss. Okay. All right, we'll do this one.
instantly getting to the next thing. We were able to loot, so you can see me actually checking out my loot. The only problem here though was that the keybinds I was not able to change. So
Oh, that's super obnoxious. You had to play with like scuffed keybinds.
I use my normal keybinds to open the inventory, which made it like super weird for me to check for items because inventory is on I, which I don't do. I have
So he has Arctic armor. They gave him Spark, Ember Fusillade, Flame Wall, Orb of Storms. I don't know if that's Ice Nova.
inventory on
Currently, he's running through his zone. He has
don't
no
know.
infusions.
It's such a habit I don't even recall.
Right,
where it
he's
is.
literally just sparking.
And that way I can't quickly change items and identify items and stuff like that. Here you can see me kill some mobs, but then as I said, I'm just trying to go super freaking fast to the boss.
Link the video. Here you go, guys. Here's the video. Wait, is that the right one? Make sure that's the right. That link I think is a little bit bricked.
To even have a chance against Woody, right?
This is
In
Chronic's
hindsight,
video.
If I had just played safe, it might have been maybe a close battle, actually. The problem is when you die, you obviously return to the last checkpoint. But also another problem is the loading screen.
So far during the course of this fight, he got one cold infusion, which was literally just the frost bomb, right? It was just the frost bomb he started the fight out with. I can't tell if they probably have the perfusion
For whatever reason.
on the character,
is
right?
ridiculously long, right? So here we're just fighting Blackjaw. I'm gonna spare you guys.
Gonna spare you guys. Yo, what the hell? I'm trying to friggin' observe here, man. Fusion at the top left. Yeah, I'm looking for them. He just got a couple just now, but he like skipped footage to do that.
Right. So here we're just fighting Blackjaw. I'm gonna spare you guys the already known.
Come on. This is like the one fight I can watch. Yo, what the hell, man? He doesn't have siphon elements. I don't know. Okay, it's like just the clip of the footage we have where he did like half the boss's HP. The only infusion he got the entire time was that one cold infusion, which he spends right here.
To the last checkpoint. But
It's glorious though. I mean, yeah, it looked good for a bit there. They weren't allowed to see what gems they have. So he doesn't know if he has perfusion buff or not. I wonder if he could have hovered his thing and seen how much spirit he has. Obviously he has Arctic armor. And the keybinds there or whatever. Mustier, what are you linking me?
That would be a fun way, like a little bit of a group solo self-fun at the start.
We need an armor guy. We need some poor like warrior cuck who's like copium high.
Yo, logging. I'm logging. I'm
Guys, why am I? What's the relevance? You can go to 422 and watch like 3 seconds to see the damage. 422. Okay, well.
Attacks basically, but nothing really dangerous as well.
Okay, we have already seen this boss. This was literally at Exile Con. This is not new content. I don't feel bad about looking at the blind beast.
It's where you legit just stand extremely close and you can't really die. It has a couple of slams, a couple of frontal claw attacks basically.
Okay. So from this footage,
it has a couple of slams, a couple of front.
Okay, he does Solar Orb, which probably also gives an infusion.
Attacks basically, but nothing really dangerous as well. As you.
Where the hell did he get that many procs? Did he just generate the cold infusions?
Basically, but nothing really dangerous as well. As you can see, if you just stand behind the
Am I being stupid? It feels like he got multiple cold infusion casts, but I never saw him generate the infusions. Corners OP, yeah. Tax? It was just unleashed with cold infusion? I guess I could see that. It was unleashed.
The dangerous as well. As you can see, if you just stand behind the boss, you're told as well. X basically.
Yeah, it does kind of look like an infused one
really
or
dangerous as well.
Unleash.
As you can see, if you just, but nothing really dangerous as well. As you can see, if you just stand behind the boss,
yeah,
you're
that
totally
unleash got
fine.
like insane value.
Here, what I didn't know at that time, but I knew afterwards, we were playing on patch 0.3 already, so the infusions were already in the game.
Didn't even realize he had infusions. He's just like, yo, what the hell's happening?
The boss, you're totally fine. Here, what I didn't know at that time, but I knew afterwards, we were playing on patch 0.3 already, so the infusion.
Check the only comment. I'm not sure what comment you're talking about, but I don't know, man. Well, I guess we don't really know if they have. I don't know if he's running the perfusion sphere buff or not, but when you get to proc them, there'll be a pretty big payoff in mapping situations with the persistent buff. I think you're chilling, but on bosses, I feel like it seems like it's gonna be suspect. When you get it strong, yeah. So that's the key question, is getting it consistently. There's also like the EE change, right? Is it EE that's granting you different infusions now? It now causes infusion items you create to be random. So like this could be... I mean, that cuts your infusion generation to like 1/3, or if you have 2 infusions you're using. I'm happy my fire infusions for Fireball plus Comet are just covered. Praise the living bomb. I don't know, guys. What if the living bomb isn't as consistent as you think it is? These living bomb players, I think they're coping a little bit. What do you guys think? You guys gonna show up with your cast on crit living bomb, and you're gonna be overriding the living bomb, and they're never gonna proc because you're just procking too many, and they don't actually consistently give you the infusion. Living bomb's on kill damage. Well, like if you're constantly overriding it, it's one of the more consistent ones. Yeah, it is, because it doesn't have the bad cooldown. It does not have the bad cooldown, and it is you just have to deal some damage to get it to then proc, right? If it's on damage, it should proc itself on cast. No, you're misunderstanding. So previously, the way Living Bomb worked is it had a duration where you'd plant a quote unquote seed. Okay, you'd place it on an enemy, and you'd wait for the timer, and then it would go boom, right? Now you have to put it on an enemy, and then you have to cause damage with a different skill to then get it to go boom. Whenever the enemy takes enough damage, correct. Which they did not explain what that meant exactly, I guess. We're gonna find out. If the enemies die, then it procs? Yeah. So you could go like I'm wondering if like Living Bomb on Unleashed, like if you're mapping and it procs on 3 different enemies, similar to like Contagion does that way. So mapping will be consistent. I think mapping will be consistent regardless with like Siphon elements. I don't think that's gonna change too much. Didn't they nerf all the cold skills? They nerfed a lot of skills. What about Chaos Infusion? If it exists, they did not showcase it. So I'm guessing it just doesn't exist. Not a thing. Chaos Infusion is when you click Chayula Monk thinking it's going to be a good time. You've been Chaos infused at that point. This AV music is giving me back in my day vibes. I guess the zoom doesn't really work in this situation, does it? It's not Age of Empires, guys. Age of Mythology, okay? Different situation. When you was young, yeah. Man, that arc do look cool. Thing about this though is like during this footage, he just purely lost all of his lightning infusions while using a lightning skill, while having the siphon elements on. Is there like leftover lightning elements? I guess there are. Okay, I can see the fire ones up here. Are those lightning ones left over? Maybe. I'm insanely hyped, Ace. I can't wait. Oh yeah. My main thing I'm trying to figure out is what the hell am I gonna do for generating them in some consistent manner. I'm looking like, oh, this seems kind of sketchy to try to do. Do you know if you pick up infusions if you're already capped? Is there a cap? Man, why did they make Solar Orb tied to a staff? I like Solar Orb. I want it to be good. Five, yeah. Which I think that's just from Siphon Elements and the monsters they killed. Well, he got one from, like, he blew up the thing, right? But then a lot of the dudes were left over with charges. Why make any skills tied to caster weapons? Not sure. Chance to create an additional remnant. Chance to be collected from 100% farther away. And these go up to rank 3, right? And the rank 3 ones Ziggy described as like some special extra stuff going on. Does Snap generate fusions as well with Shock Ignite on bosses? Yes. I believe so. You now use on frozen, shocked, or ignite enemies, giving you a corresponding thing. I hope this isn't the only source, though. Or one of the only reliable sources. Please. Let there be more. Do you see any more sources? No. Right now it's basically coping on tree changes, giving more sources. And maybe there'll be items like uniques they added or support gems more than what they showcased, but I don't know. But it's looking pretty scuffed. Are you gonna use controller or are you staying on mouse and keyboard like a sane person? Okay, what are you trying to imply here? That I am not sane for using a controller? Black Flame Covenants. Mm-hmm. I want to say the purple stuff. You know what would be cool is if you click this and then you got like like a free MTX. Wait. It does make the stuff purple? I didn't even realize. How did I miss that? I told you this. Dude, I don't know. I'm gonna kind of want to play Fire Skills now. That's a good aesthetic, man. That's a good aesthetic. That is. Everyone's been telling you for days. No, people have just been saying Black Flame Covenant. I'm gonna do Chaos Conversion. They haven't been saying. Well, maybe they have. I don't know. How did I not realize that? That was a good look right there. That was a good look. Man, why is Solar Orb a freaking staff skill? Who signed off on that? I'm 99% sure the Fire Infused Comet will be purple. Hey man, that would look good. New tree here? What are you talking about? One hour in isolation. What the hell? Flame Blast has a 15-second cooldown. Oh, did they? Is that actually what it is? What did Flame Blast do to deserve that exactly? It's not getting revived, is it? It's not anywhere in here. Flame Blast. More damage per shade. Cast you and targeting Solar Orb. 10 stages. "15-second cooldown." YouTube video. What's this? Land Shark attack? Wait, what? Oh, wait, so if you don't buy the bird, they're letting you kill the goblins with a land shark too? What is this? What is this? What is this level of profit going on here? Sell the problem and sell the solution. Yeah, double the profit. You know, the thing is, when they made the goblin trope, I don't think they had any intention of being like, oh, this is an annoying thing, we'll sell an MTX to then mute it. But after they realized everyone hated it, they're like, sweet, now we can profit. I don't know, man. But who am I? I do like that. I do like that. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's stuff. No one hates it? I can tell you right now, I hate it. Don't hate the trope, hate the noise they make. It's hard to separate, man. It's hard to separate. They're the ones making the annoying noise. You know? So I gotta kind of extend the blame to them, you know what I'm saying? Looking at this, not gonna lie, Chaos Flame Blast sounds so freaking sick. It do sound really, really sick. I think I'm gonna want to use this. It's a really long cooldown, but it does hit really hard, right? How hard does this actually hit compared to other skills at this point? You have to charge up for 10 stages, so it's a 2.5 cast time, but it gives you a 8.5 multiplier on an average of about 300 damage. How does this compare to, like, Comet? Which Comet's a slower cast because it has the, you can't scale it cast time, right? You can actually scale the Flame Blast cast time to be fast if you have good cast speed. Comet goes a level 20. Be like 850 average. Dude, I might be tempted, man. Black Flame with this thing. For like one tap on a boss, you're getting some big damage in occasionally. What other stuff do we got going here? A lot of these other fire skills are not particularly enticing. Like Fireball with the infusions will be good. Ember Fusillade is... I have no idea, to be honest. Did you see the other MTX for fire skills? The MTX for fire skills? You know what? Now that you mention it, I don't know if I have. They added MTX, like, for fire skill stuff. Let me, like, log into a standard character to check stuff, I guess.
I thirst for freedom.
Cosmetics. Sales? There's no sales. Featured shop. Okay. Armor stuff. I guess this is a lot of stuff from like PoE 1, right? Let's do the skill effect ones. There's probably not too many of these. That's not skill effect. Gem effects? Got a lot of red stuff going on. If I click this, it's not going to buy it, right? It will show me a video. They have some purple stuff for some of the monk abilities. They really don't have that many skill effects added then yet. Some lightning spear stuff. Some crossbow stuff. Some fire skill stuff. A row amount. The invisible buff effect. No video? Is that what this means? Does it mean no video? They haven't even like recorded footage for it? I want the automaton ball lightning. Does it look like they even have that? Doesn't look like they do. They're pretty behind on MTX stuff though, right? Is pretty much what it is, I think. Because like, if you go to your own cosmetics and you click the show only available, this is like all the backlog of stuff they have to add to the game, right?
Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese.
Like they're giga backlogged on all this sorts of stuff. Does none of the permanent buffs which happened in Cruel Axe stay the same? Venom Crypts? It sounded like they moved around where the buffs are. They might have some that are the same. They might have removed some. I don't think they were particularly clear on it in the videos I saw, at least. Those will be in the interludes? Yeah, they said in the interviews they like moved the stuff around. To me, it sounded like to some of the questions, it sounded like they had maybe change some of the permanent buffs to be slightly different. I think. Don't quote me on that. Are the new MTX on sales sites already? Yeah. This is like the supporter pack is what I have right now. This is the flying supporter pack one. This is the hideout, that one. Other MTX stuff is a little bit all over the place, I think. I think they're mostly like their MTX stuff, they're like kind of backlogged is what I think is going on. Man, there is just not a lot of fire skills. Can I post a PV2 key in chat? I have one to spare, sure. Maybe somebody in chat needs one. I don't know. +1 key for somebody that needs it. Their lights hooking somebody up. You know what I'm gonna kind of curious about is Ember Fusillade. Did people make any convincingly good Ember Fusillade builds? Jung did one. Nito did one, right? I want to look at Nito's video. See, the thing is, he's using reduced duration, right? But that still works, right? Ember Fusillade didn't lose its reduced duration, did it? Yeah, it still has that. Jung calling it OP. Jung's doing Titan, right? Yeah, I think it's the same thing that Nito did, right? Is the reduced duration. Do you pretty much need the reduced duration for it not to be bad, though? Or I guess you would need a second skill combined with it, because you have to wait for the delay. Otherwise, you just replace ones, right? And I don't want to become a Titan, which is what you need to get enough reduced duration, right? Very delayed without it? Yeah, you need a bunch of reduced skill effect duration. Detonate Dead be good? Detonate Dead. I don't think I want to depend on Detonate Dead. Watch out, this is easy with French right at point 2. What is its, hold on, what's its base duration? Ember Fusillade. Base duration is like 1 second delay, is that what it is? Hover duration is 1.3. Maybe it wouldn't feel too bad, to be honest, if you grab a few reduced duration wheels. Because, like... And they might add more reduced duration to the tree. And you could run less duration supports. This is 32 duration. Where are the other duration supports? The other one's over here. So you get 64. You get 64. It's not too bad to path over here as a Bloodmage, because this wheel's really good, this crit wheel. This area through Templar isn't terrible. You can also come down through here, but they're going to obviously move some of the stuff around, and maybe the stuff in Templar will get better. Hold on. Let's appreciate. I'm trying to remember, because I think he had like something going on with the projectiles where he was getting extra hits from it
all
too,
the way up to
right?
the top, and we're taking these skill effects.
This Ember build looks really fun. This is a Bloodmage setup. All right, we'll take some looks at it.
Reduce skill effect duration nodes right there. And then I am a Titan with Hulking Form, which is going to increase the effect of small passive skills. So these small skill points are giving 50% increased effect, and so in total you can get 80% reduced duration.
Yeah.
On
Titan gets 80, everybody
skills.
else gets 64.
And so when I swap back to my main weapon set, that's when it looks like this, right? So the 1.3 second duration is getting reduced all the way down to 2.6 or 0.26 seconds. And I have it so that I'm using some reduced cast speed from Considered Casting and Scattershot, and I have it like timed just right. Never have to stop and wait.
Now, doesn't it get like damage based on the amount of fire in sequence though? You lose that benefit if you're like not pausing your casting like a little bit, right? Is Bleed Bloodmage dead? Bleed Bloodmage dead. The only thing that changed for Bleed, as far as I know, is like Blood Hunt got nerfed, which was completely imbalanced. Embers deal more damage for each previous Ember fired in sequence. So like this kind of makes you want this quality and stuff makes you want to have it actually stack up and let go a little bit. Can we pick up food? I would love food, yeah. You don't have to though, but I'd be down. I'm never gonna say no to food. Okay, so he loses the benefit from the sequence,
duration to expire, right?
but he gets the consistent proccing,
which is really strong unless you just kind of like continually cast it like this.
I think realistically we don't need to be Titan here. Like, okay, yes, Titan gets you the constant cast, but is it really that bad to occasionally slightly let go of casting? Is JJ okay? JJ would be absolutely great.
And the other cool thing, so let me just re-enable that. The other cool thing you can do with reduced duration is you can use Time of Need. So this is a buff, a spirit buff that gives you kind of like a heal every 10 seconds, and it removes curses and it removes elements.
I did forget about those.
So it's a 10-second duration by default.
I did forget about Time of Need.
With 80% reduced skill effect duration on the tree, that goes down to 2 seconds.
That would pair well with Bloodmage.
And then we can use fast forward support to get that down to 1.4 seconds. So if I activate this, you can see that my character has this flashing effect
pair
every
very well with
1.4 seconds,
Bloodmage.
and that's when it's getting healed for 741 life. So that is a very, very powerful effect. And I even have the Time of Need Prism of Belief, Prism of Belief Jewel here, which gives +3 levels to Time of Need.
I don't know if we're investing in a Time of Need
cooldown and
Prism,
the
though.
amount of life you get from this. So it's really, really good recovery here from this Time of Need buff. So I'm going to show you kind of what a endgame map looks like. So I'll just jump into a tier 15 with a boss here.
Let's see the single target. Oh, is he doing like the fork stuff too? On his tree? Yeah, this seems like something's bricked. Time of Need, you say? Yeah, so you're investing in reduced duration, then it procs quite a bit. Which the difference in 64 versus 80 is like, you know, 75% more procs, right? But, or 80% more procs.
You may notice that all of my projectiles are forking.
But it still would be pretty
that's because
consistent
I am
sustain,
using
or additional
the
sustain.
Snake Pit ring here, which says that
Okay.
projectiles from spells fork, but they can't chain, and they can't pierce. And then I'm anointing Split Shot, which gives 75% chance for an additional projectile when forking. And then I have that same stat on 2 jewels. So over here, you get 18% chance for an additional projectile. And then up here, I have another 15% chance. So that is going to give 100% chance to get an additional projectile. So that's why you get essentially 3 with 100% chance. And then up here, I have...
Projectiles have a chance to chain an additional time from terrain. But does Snake Pit stop the chain?
15% chance, so that is going to give 100% chance to get an additional projectile. So that's why you get essentially 3 projectiles when it forks. So it hits the enemy and it basically kind of like continues forward with another projectile. And then 2 more bounce out to the sides. So that helps with clearing a lot. But it also pairs really well with ricochet support, which is going to make projectiles have a chance to chain off of terrain. And in PoE 2, it seems that all projectiles that chain off terrain can hit the same enemy that they chained off of. So they can basically chain back and more or less shotgun on the main enemy. So you by multiplying your projectiles through fork, you actually have a DPS increase as long as there is terrain to chain
Terrain
off
nearby.
which is really powerful.
Some bosses won't have terrain though, but yeah. This boss should have terrain, I believe. It's like a circular arena. Most bosses will. With auto aim, this should be dope,
And I
dude.
also
Yeah.
use
No,
Eye
this
of Winter
picture this,
here
but
as a way of
chaos
stacking up
aesthetic.
the critical weakness debuff.
Oh,
on
we have
enemies.
Bloodmage crit.
And I also have it linked to knockback support, so it's good for just kind of like creating some space between you and enemies. If they
Dude,
get
I'm
off
kind of
your
tempted.
pace,
I'm not gonna lie.
which is nice.
Like, okay, we'll see how much the tree changes, but this is a good area to be for Bloodmage anyways, because Blood Magic's there. This crit wheel is insane for Bloodmage, and then you're already like right over here. You can do this pathing through because Templar's okay. Or you can go around top side and get jewel sockets on the way. There's also like crit wheels here that are pretty decent. So that stuff's a little bit tempting. That's not even like a bad area where you're pathing too much extra. Good fire nodes. Well, if we do Black Flame Covenant, then we're going to want like chaos nodes and stuff. Which Garatha, I think Garatha pointed out, which I think is a good thing to point out, is a node like Event Horizon doesn't matter on Black Flame because you're not casting a Chaos skill. You could go Spaghettification because the crit wheel is here and stuff, right? We'll take a look at what the machine gun guy did. Yeah, we'll look at that too.
This is a crit build, so most of my tree is scaling crit chance, crit damage. So the critical weakness buff is very powerful.
All right, show me the single target.
70% base.
Show me the goods.
Stacks of.
Kill the boss, Nito. I'm ready. I'm prepared.
I don't know what the deal is with enemies doing this. I've noticed this happening a lot. There's this weird bug where enemies are dead, but they're just like hovering there. It's kind of weird.
Chapter? Oh, it's boss fight. Yeah, okay. All right. Boss fight damage. Applies a pretty giga shock, crit weakness.
You can see the projectiles bouncing off the train back and hitting the boss again. So that's what I was talking about, how it increases your DPS, having those projectiles.
What was his gem level he had when he was doing this?
A spear.
I'm gonna go back just to check his gem level to see what the scaling of how good his gear is, basically. He has +8. +8 with a level 19 means he's getting... I mean, you can have from Focus, Wand, Amulet. That gets you at least 10. You can get gem levels from, like, Wand now. This could be a level 21. His damage is okay, not face melting. I think his damage is pretty good considering his gearing. Like, you have to respect the situation of he has a level 19 gem, and he only has +8 from his global modifiers, right? Like, that stuff makes a pretty big difference in terms of damage, I think. This is, we just, like, I guess we could look at maybe this has his, gearing if we look at this pit. His mobilytics probably has his gearing. Oh, it doesn't have his, I guess it doesn't have his actual gearing, maybe. Does set 2 have his actual gearing? Does he have a POB? He doesn't have a POB. This was really scuffed, though, because this was, like, originally, there were, like, so few ways to share your builds, because POB, you couldn't import characters. Like, it was so... So that's unfortunate. So we can't look at what his actual stuff was too closely. But if he only has 8 levels on this, I'm feeling pretty optimistic in terms of like the power creep that's happened in various ways. All right, let's look at Mr. Machine Gun. Let's compare Mr. Machine Gun's build, which is much more recent, and he's using a Bloodmage.
Welcome,
Fireflower?
Exiles.
Yeah,
So I
you
wanted
have the Giga Plus Amulet.
Ember Fusillade build that uses the Solus Ips helmet, but I also wanted to make it feel more...
What the hell's going on right now?
Welcome, Exiles. So I wanted to make a quick update on my Ember Fusillade build that uses the Solus Ips helmet, but I also wanted to make...
The Solus Ips helmet. Solus Ips? PoE2 wiki. What the hell is that? When skill gems have attribute requirements, you can have each type of support gem an additional time. Wait. Wait, look, guys. We don't even need this helmet anymore.
Make it feel
the build's already
machine gunny. So I ended up swapping to Bloodmage with a double cast on crit setup where I socketed 4 embers in each cast on crit with Flame Wall in one of them and Flammability in the other, just to see how it feels, and to my surprise, it turned out pretty well. It's definitely not as overpowered as other Bloodmage setups, but I wanted to make my own crazy version of crit Bloodmage and have some fun with it.
Is it like instant leech or like
how is it nerfed next league? This build does have more damage.
I guess he just loses the ability to cast once he runs out of life.
Indigon. However, the tankiness is not as high. You can still take a big hit here and there, but should generally try to avoid it. Because of that reason, I have to mention that although this setup can do maps and pinnacle bosses without too many problems, it cannot do simulacrums. The damage from monsters there comes way too instantly and way too frequently.
This looks scary. Oh, his survivability is definitely looking sketch. Basically, he's an ES build and his life just doesn't exist. Does he have... He does have a POB. Let's take a look. Convert intelligence requirements plus spirit. This is with instant leech, so he's hitting like a bunch of times, but it doesn't really seem like he's definitely spending way more than he is hitting for. Grand spectrums with the res plus 3 ember fusillade. Acrobatics. Sire of shards plus 5 projectiles. Okay, I gotta be honest. I feel like I'm missing something, like, significant here. How the heck is he proccing them with that amount of, like, cast speed and stuff? What am I...
Or snapshotting, and it's fairly easy to play. You kind of just walk around and shoot your regular embers at stuff until they cast on crit embers proc, and then you can either wait for all of them to shoot out, since they will have accumulated 11 embers each, and that'll cause them to do more damage, or you can just keep shooting your regular embers. The cast on crit embers will auto-target
They all have
nearby
separate
enemies,
counters.
which is pretty nice.
Okay,
the overall cost of this build is fairly expensive, sitting at around 40 or 50 divines, with potential to be min-maxed even more, but it's actually fairly cheap to start up and get going, and you don't even need to have a 100% crit rate for it to work. I have roughly around 60% crit rate, and it's already performing marvelously well, since each ember projectile critting will contribute energy to cast on crit. The only things you really need are like 3 unique items, which are...
I'm like trying to watch to see if he has any of the projectiles chaining off.
common drops, and at least 20...
But it doesn't really look like it. Unless I'm like blind. So he could probably have a lot more damage with the Nito chain tech, I think.
Spirit, so you can equip 1 cast on crit with the persistent buff called Time of Need. This buff combines really well with Ember Fusillade since it heals you and cleanses you of all ailments and curses after a certain duration, and we are stacking as much duration reduction as possible for our embers anyway. So it'll go off every 2 seconds.
I think this is the previous POB from it. Not loading. This was Nito's POB. So he just had a +5, +3. And then he's using Rise, I guess, for damage mitigation or something. Which a +5, +3 is decent, but the other like affixes he has on here aren't too strong that he has paired with it. I get timed out for 2 days now, 8 hours for a first minor offense. What is your first message right now? Did you make like a second account? Dude, I don't know what you got timed out for, dude. You're gonna make me go look up what your message was that was offensive and then decide, yeah, deserved, and now I think I said fast as F. You got timed out for 2 days for that? That doesn't quite make sense. What was your account name? Like the name that got timed out. We can check the message. User with 3x or casting grit, you could get infused fast AF. Ponger, why'd you time him out? What'd he do? Ponger, what's wrong with this message? Is this ban evasion? It seems like pretty innocuous messages. Freaking. He was telling the truth. He was innocent chatter. I don't know. I don't know why. I'm gonna guess Pohunger misclicked because I don't know why you would have timed you out for that. Sorry, man. I don't know what happened. There was a misuse of justice there. I don't know. Maybe Pohunger had the fast AF part was his trigger word or something. I don't know. If it was a misclick, then why did he unban him? I have no idea. Maybe he thought he clicked 10 minutes, but actually clicked 2 days and 10 hours. I have no idea. I'll ask him, Pohunger, next time he's in chat. Be like, yo, why'd you time him out? That's a ruthless annihilation.
Which basically enables you to always cast an Ember, even if you end up being at 1 HP without having...
Okay, so what I'm getting from this video is cast on crit enabled skills stack their own individual fire or fusillades. So he's not that he's like exceeding the limit or anything. He just has like 4 different cast on crit setups that are proccing, and they all are separate counters
to really use your life flask, while also making you as close to immune as possible to ailments and curses. It still won't help in maps with permanent curse mods though,
no,
so you should...
The other thing I'm getting out of this is, holy crap, that sustain looks sketch as hell. Yo, Lightless, appreciate the sub, man. Sire, every cast is 6 proj fusillade. He has 2 casts on crits with embers. Wait, it works that way? To have, like, no other... Like, he just doesn't have it supported with anything? His regen is fast. Like, he has some sustain, but he's spending way more than he's sustaining, right?
Still avoid maps with temp chains. I want to mention that this build is SSF viable, but it probably won't feel too great until you find at least...
Oh, it's probably the cast on crit setups are just burning it, it looks like. Like, when he's normal casting, it doesn't seem terrible. For the new change, did they change it so you can't just put the same gem into a cast on crit multiple times? First, thanks for the Frostbolt last week. Glad you liked it, Lightless. Can't put more than 1 cast of crit, I believe. So I think they use the same gem in the main socket is off the table, okay.
The Sire of Shards staff. However, it is not hardcore viable. If you're looking for something that's more...
The thing is, like, I don't know. I don't think I even want to do what he's doing, because if we want to play this as, like, giga life investment, he's just, like, super spending his life down, right? And we want to go Wrathbith. So he has, like, something that, like, is crazy visually to look at, but it's actually, like, none of these are supported with damage links, right? But it's a ton of them all hitting. You can no longer socket multiple copies of the same skill gem into your main socket skills. Sockets, skills not granted by gems, and skills socketed into persistent buffs do not count towards this limit. You could still have multiple copies of Spectres or Tame Beasts, but only have 1 of each kind of monster. You can no longer socket multiple copies of the same skill gem into your main skill sockets. Skills not granted by gems, and skills socketed into persistent buffs do not count towards this limit. To me, that sounds like you can't have 2 different Ember Fusillade setups, but you can have an Ember Fusillade and a cast on crit Ember Fusillade, right? Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die. No double cast on crits either. Is that a different line? One cast and crit setup? Okay. Read you, but not me. How easy? That's just the message I saw. Yo, fam, appreciate the sub. Dude, this Ember Fusillade thing's kind of tempting, I'm not gonna lie. The Chaos Ember Fusillade. It definitely has some nice things we can go for. He's like pretty giga spirit investing on his setup though. If you want to see Bloodmage version, see my previous message. Your previous message, Middlewood. Here's one of the top DPS Fusillades on Bloodmage. Take that for what it's worth. Oh no, I haven't eaten cheese in a couple minutes. I'm gonna die. I'll look at this one. One of the top DPS ones. Does this have a video on it? This guy's actually playing Wrathwith. That's what I want to play. I want to play Wrathwith. Is this back when he's doing a 40 life chess piece? Interesting. He's got like every crit node on the planet. Obviously, doing the curse swap. Sure. Swapping duration for when he does the curses. That makes perfect sense. He's doing instant leech. He just has a bunch of like plus levels, right? Yeah. I really want to go Defiance. Wild Charge, Swift Affliction, less duration of support skills. I feel like doing like things like this, like trying to add or sorry, Swift Affliction, I mean. I feel like that's just not a good situation to have to use this a whole support gem just for the 20% less duration, but I guess he's basing that around his cast time. I feel like it's not too bad to like occasionally not cast. You only have to like do like a partial, very partial stop if you don't perfectly balance it, which wouldn't be the end of the world. Have you looked at Garatha's Chaos Fireball? I think I briefly saw his video where he's talking about doing spaghettification stuff, but I haven't looked too intently at it. I think I might be tempted to do Ember Fusillade though. But okay, here's what's happening. Here's what's really happening, okay? It's this. It's because of not this. No, it's because of this. Yeah, it's because of this, guys. Like what is this? What is this? How did I not realize in the initial showcase that it made the stuff purple looking? How did I not realize? Look at how good that looks, man. Purple skill effects go hard. You should do Hollow Palm, Chaos Fireball, Bow, Spear, Deadeye. That's not even. You're just throwing up random words together. That's. He says it if you turn it up. Yeah. Well, I know now. Okay, listen. I know now. Only 4K life. Weak. Looking weak. 4K life. Disgusting. Wait, can you do Sigil of Power with blood magic? Gain a stage when you spend 50% of your total mana while in area. This just doesn't work, right? He just has a sigil in his offhand for no specific reason. Passive tree, he has blood magic. How? The stage 1 still works? I am not pressing that for one stage, man. No. No, sir. No. No, sir. No, thank you. Now, is this guy doing the return thing? He's not doing the... He's not doing Ricochet. I feel like the Ricochet tech is good. I feel like I'm a Ricochet believer. I think Nito's right about the extra hits. He's doing the fork, but he's not doing the Ricochet. It doesn't work? Wait, was it a lie? Or did they nerf it? He is doing chain. I'm looking for it. Well, he doesn't have it on any jewels, right? I looked like it. I tested with poison. Tested it with poison. Would Zarek's refrain work very good on Ember Fusilides, or am I misunderstanding? Zarek's refrain, I don't know what that is. Xerox refrain. PoE2 wiki. Xerox refrain. Is a lineage support. Spells echo 2 times. So this right here is essentially a you don't use it as a main skill because it forces a cooldown. So it's like a situation where like you have comment or some slower cast big hit skill and you want to just occasionally use it for extra damage, that sort of thing. Snake Bit he has on the right side. He's just using it for the +1 chain. But that doesn't make it chain off walls, right? He's just using it chain instead of fork. So he's just using that for extra clear, essentially. Like either way, the situation is still I'm still tempted, man. I am still tempted. We'll have to see what stuff's close by or what they change. But doing Ember Fusillade with the black flame, I don't know. I just want an excuse to have the purple flames, man. It's a little bit tempting. We'll have to think about it. Ultimately, there's also the issue of if I want to do comms for a budget setup, then we can't do reservations, right? We can't have a time of need. We can't have a blink. Like some of these nicer things is going to be limited to late game of getting a nice ES chess piece when we can swap back out of comms, which I think is how it's going to go.
Spells that ignites will also turn purple.
So biggest question marks I have are going to be Cold Archon, Fire Archon, and then the infusion stuff if we can mix it in. It'll be a bummer if it's the case where we end up at the conclusion we can't mix in the infusions because it's too much effort / bad quality of life. But right now, I don't know about you guys. Looking at the infusion stuff, I want it to work, but it just seems like there's not enough for it to feel like it's gonna be very consistent. You guys feel that way at all or not? Not really. I don't know. Looking at it, I'm just like, it seems. I think it'll be probably feels good in maps, but scuffed on bosses. What kind of stagger did you choose? The Leaguestart Bloodmage. We're gonna make the life number go up. Infusion's kind of bait. I feel like it'll probably feel good in maps, maybe, but I don't know. The things that we've seen so far does not look like there's good ways to really sustain it consistently where you can count on it to be used on your abilities. Because like the way I think about this is you can always scale like good cast speed, right? Let's say you get 100 cast speed, you're doing double the damage with your main skill consistently with double the cast speed. But these infusions have limitations where 6-second cooldown here, or you have to cast 8 times and you need to weave in this extra cast here. Like the payoff for those things to make up for all that time loss and extra effort, especially if you consider a character that has like good cast speed on gear, which you want to get because it's a part of the build feeling really good to play, seems, I don't know, I think it's going to be maybe too much of an opportunity cost. You're not going Blood Magic? How are you going Archon? Archon, Lightning Archon is mana. We do not know about Flame and Cold. Those might not need mana. We'll see what the Archon's requirements are. I'm assuming Cold and Fire will have something different. Maybe Fire will be you need to spend life. Maybe it'll be you need to ignite or proc some other condition. Like, they didn't say what the conditions were. Lightning is spend mana, so that's off the table if we want to do Blood Magic. We might still do non-Blood Magic, we'll see. They are reducing mana costs, so maybe that helps a lot, so we'll see with that too. Maybe that stuff matters a lot as well, as the mana cost changes. Is this the first time we've had to wait this long for info on a league? I can't remember waiting this long ever since 2013. Literally the last 0.2 patch. This was the exact same situation. We did not have a tree until the data mine. Maybe it was a little less unsure because they've introduced quite a few like new things that they haven't fully given us the info on. Lightning Archon with Archmage. I didn't say anything about Archmage. I just said you could play a Blood Mage and still click Lightning Archon by not going Blood Magic if the mana cost isn't that bad to sustain, which is a big freaking question mark. The thing is, I don't know if Flame Archon or Cold Archon require the same mana spend condition. I think they're gonna have different conditions, I believe. 7x damage would be worth it though. Is it worth it though, PK Rockwell? Like in some of the cases where you weave in a Frost Bomb and then you get 7x damage on the Ice Shard ability, you spend the time to cast the Frost Bomb. It only happens every 6 seconds on the cooldown. You have to take the time to do it. I guess in the scenarios, the Frost Bomb it's just limited by cooldown. It's an occasional additional damage boost. But then you're forced into maybe an ability that without the infusion, its baseline is much lower than some other abilities. Like that sort of thing matters too, right? Blood Mage can't go Archmage. I never said anything about going Archmage. Kinjamax is the one who said I'm going to click Archmage. I never said anything about that. I just said, if we wanted to force in Lightning Archon, we'd have to deal with the mana cost. I can't. This is just Fury 2, still not finished. Supreme League expectations not in yet. Yeah. Is 7x the damage looking from Jungron? 7x the damage is just the footage of the ice ability dealt 500 damage, and then the extra explosions dealt another 3,500 damage. That's all the 7x. That was just that one example. And whether or not that is a similar example across the board, I highly doubt. Like the other infusion skills, I highly doubt the difference in DPS is 7x. And maybe that was a fluke that showcase they did was 7x. Maybe there was a situation where the ice explosions crit and the ice hit before it didn't crit. You know, like there could be freaking other factors. I don't know. But just from the one footage they showcased, which was like the let's see if I can freaking find it. Showcased it right about I'm getting close. Yeah, right here. Right right here.
leave a chilled area on the ground.
The 7x example is
And we
just
also
this.
added
And I guess it's technically 8x because it's 800. It's 500 versus 4,000.
new
or
low-level
whatever.
skill that fires
So like he shoots, he hits for 500.
ice shards.
They blow
Use it
up,
with-
and they deal. I guess it's 4,800 before it hits. So it was actually close to 10x, more like 9x of what the base cost damage or the base damage would have been outside of the explosions. That was just the one example that we saw where it was apparent the difference in the damage because the base hits did that much, you know. But the thing is, the baseline of that skill just might be it's just a bad skill until it has infusions. Like it's, you know, that could be part of it too, right? They balanced it based on the infusions. Firestorm look cool AF. It does look cool, but spending 3 infusions every 1 cast for those. I guess it's like a limit cast, so it's not like a cast speed opportunity cost situation. If Fireball can shotgun with Ice Wall, the numbers are king high. So maybe I'm looking good for single target, but the infusions look kind of clunky. Yeah, we're going to see on a lot of this stuff. I played a Gamescom and the Ice Infusion on Spark was massive to actually get boss kills. Doesn't mean anything coming up for the patch though. Yeah, I mean the main thing I'm thinking about like something like that is just like how much of that was you're fighting bosses with small arenas and the extra proj mattered for the Spark dealing more damage versus a lot of the late game boss fights have larger arenas. And then also considering the stuff like in these test character setups, it doesn't feel, it feels like a massive difference to be like Frostbomb and then boom, that one cast does, you know, let's say it does 5 times the damage where your character has bad cast speed. But if your character has good cast speed, the cooldown doesn't change, but instead of going from like 5 casts for every 1 empowered cast, you go 40 casts for every 1 empowered cast, and all of a sudden it makes a much lower impact. Well, the damage is so good that having it every so often is good enough. Yeah, that might be the case. I think there's a good chance that could be the case. Because it definitely is a... Visually, it looks very impactful for some of the skills. And for me, I care a lot about the feels good, though. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I want to add in the extra abilities or not. You want to use Frostbomb for exposure? As an elemental build? Yeah. Frostbomb for exposure is a good idea. I'm going to be playing Archmage with either Unleash or not. The first build I made cleared all PoE1 since traps aren't yet. Good luck, Claire, and good luck. Archmage got a buff. Arc got a buff, so hopefully it goes well. The Arc should be able to self-sustain the lightning infusions, which that looks pretty cool for clearing. Spark is the most feels good. I hope it's back. I miss 0.1. Spark is the most feels good. Spark logging in. I'm expecting the new Eye of Winter will be OP. It got a big cooldown, so you don't get to cast it very often. You do trade filters for Bowcucks? I'm tired of filling in the lines. No, I don't do trade filters for Bowcucks. What you need to do is XDD Riot, or not XDD, Peepo Riot in Fubgun's chat, and get him to provide a proper trade search. Because I don't care about the bow players, okay? So you got to find a guy who cares about the bow players. I wonder if Arc Deadeye will be a thing since it's now a projectile. Arc Deadeye? Giving me the extra projectile scale? Maybe. I think people are a little bit too much trying to force Deadeye onto everything. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how. I don't know. I don't have as much faith in Deadeye as the end-all be-all solution for everything. Like 10% movement speed is not too bad. Don't get me wrong. Wind Ward's nice. Don't get me wrong, but is it the play for every single build? Jungron's gonna go Arc Deadeye. Holy, the Deadeye enjoyers are going hard. So maybe we'll Bloodmage. When you're going to same build as IC from your leveling. Oh, because I'm leveling with Edie. Yeah, I'm still gonna level with Edie. Yeah. I load the streamer effect on determining what a good build is. Streamer doesn't determine what a good build is. It's just some guy who has an opinion. And there are people who will like, you know, like regurgitate, oh, because X, Y, or Z said it's good, therefore I'm going to use that as an appeal to authority or whatever. But ultimately, you got to make up your own opinions on what you think is good or not good, is, I think. It does have like a huge impact because a lot of people want to just, you know, they don't necessarily want to take the time to research or figure out their own build starter, so they're just going to go with what's recommended by a lot of people, right? There are a lot of people who are streamers who make good builds. I mean, there's tons of people who play this game, and yeah, a lot of very creative and good build makers. For sure, for sure. Thanks for confirming that you're going the same build as last league, Mr. Grandpa Lance, but only changing the Ascendancy. I'm not. What are you talking about? I don't know. I'm feeling the Ember Fusillade, guys. I'm feeling the Chaos Ember Fusillade angle. We'll see. We'll have to try some skills. I think that might be the first one I try for off the rip. I'm not having confidence right now in the infusions. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna level on tomorrow. Well, actually, no. We're first going to get gaslit by the new tree, which that will impact my decision. And then we're going to level and be constantly told, oh my word, Lance, this Spark Infusion, I'm already an act ahead of you because it's so much better. And then eventually I'm going to get gaslit into trying some of the infusion stuff by some chatters. I'm looking for a Consecrator not playing Deadeye. Are you my man? I'm going to be playing Bloodmage, so I'm one of the people not playing Deadeye, I guess. Might try your Lich Guide. It's solid. We did Lich last league. It was a good time. As long as you use the cast on crit Fusillade. What's the cast on crit limitations? What is its proc rate? 1 energy per power on enemies you critically hit with skills, modified by the percentage of enemies, ailment threshold. The critical hit will deal 57% of energy gained. So basically this seems like it's really good for bossing, and then probably doesn't proc very often in maps. Is that the way to look at the cast on crit? Am I being stupid? Am I missing something? Modified by the percentage of the enemy's ailment threshold, the critical hit will deal 50% increase energy gain. Rax, Wuji. I think I know Garatha's going I think he's going Blood Mage as well. Me and Garatha, the Blood Mage gang. Woolie's doing Warrior, King Kongor's doing Warrior, Gormus is doing Warrior, Nugi's doing Tactician, I think. Waggle might be a Lich. Lich is good. Lich is very good. Mavel's gonna go Chonk, yeah. Quinn is going Deadeye? Nah. Quinn's probably not. There's no way. Quinn's gonna go Warrior. Pal's doing a Witch Hunter? Yeah, there's a good amount of variety, alright? I never knew an hour could take so long. Aki, how does it feel? Do you feel like you learned your lesson about linking false narratives about a passive tree? Do you feel a little bit guilty? Do you have some leftover regrets? Same spec as Garatha is a bad sign. Just because we're both going Blood Mage does not mean it's a bad sign, okay? I think our characters will probably look very different. From what I gathered from like the 2 seconds where I looked at his tree, is he's pretending to be a Deadeye by going over to the Deadeye nodes, and he said something about grabbing evasion and thinking that he's going to get a good deflect rating, which I think is like giga cope. I'm going to be going the opposite direction. We're going to be going over here to like this good crit wheel and blood magic and, you know, some other stuff over here. You know what I'm saying? And if we go Fusillade, we're going reduced duration and stuff, and he's going to be going freaking Fireball. It's going to be completely different. We'll see. Squid playing trade? I think he is. Do you think the Aziri's instant leech gloves will be multiple divs? No idea. Depends how rare they are. They link the passive tree if you haven't seen. Papega? The hell am I looking at? Pack his things. Pack his things. I just timed out Aki for that same thing. You freaking... I'm wondering if the Arc Bloodmage will be good. Nice visually. Arc looks very good visually from like the freaking chaining and stuff. It looked good in the showcase they had, but the big question mark is, are infusions gonna be clunk or are they gonna be awesome, you know? How much base damage is this? 180 to 274. That's like pretty freaking good, considering it's a really fast cast time, actually. Dude, I think we're gonna remember Fusillade, guys. Has a higher minimum gem level, that's fine. Unban that man, it was an innocent joke. Johnny Blaze! Join your friend. Join your friend, okay? Talk to Papega. Figure out what you guys did wrong. The metronome crap? I don't know what the metronome crap means. Do the crime, do the time? Yep, exactly. Exactly. If by metronome you mean bunch of buttons to press to freaking snapshot something, we're avoiding that. If you don't know me, I do not like to press a lot of buttons. I'm okay with the occasional like curse, like setting up, like maybe you do a sigil or something like that, but I prefer a one button I'm chilling situation, you know what I mean? The children need consequences. Yeah, they gotta learn, man. They gotta learn. Sometimes you gotta teach them. Sometimes you gotta teach them. PoE 2 Lance is way more toxic than PoE 1 Lance. Wait, what? What do you mean being toxic? What are you talking about? I've been toxic this whole time. I played 5 builds with 7 buttons last league. I think what you mean is you played 5 builds and total between all 5 builds you had to press 7 buttons. So like 2 of those builds had 2 buttons, but most of them were 1 build. Or 1 button builds, which I approve. What do you think will be the strongest lazy 1 to 2 button build? The strongest lazy 1 to 2 button build. I think it's going to be Bloodmage. I'm a Bloodmage believer. Deadeye? I don't know. Deadeye kind of has to do like... Well, actually, I don't know what their late game single target is. I know in campaign they have to do like lightning rod, lightning rod, lightning rod, lightning arrow, lightning arrow, lightning rod, lightning rod, lightning rod, lightning arrow, lightning arrow. Like, don't they have to do that, right? I guess they have Mirage Archer now, which you can kind of do the lightning rods for him. Maybe that works. Can we make a bingo for drama tomorrow? I don't think there's gonna be drama tomorrow. Hard to have drama if no one can make a character. You know, no one can like do a tree and say, "Hey, this is a good build." That's usually where you get the PoE drama. Is the build judgmental time frame. All right, I think we're gonna call for today. Calling it a bit early. I don't think I'm gonna be able to stay up late enough for them to freaking leak the tree or PoE 2DB to do the data mine of the pre-patch. So it might have to be we look at the tree tomorrow morning. Surely I wake up tomorrow morning and we have like at least like the scuffed PoE 2DB tree, right? Surely it'll be like the grayed out tree board. You guys remember that? It was on PoEDB. It's like the weirdly grayed out tree and you can like hover the nodes and kind of see what stuff was. We'll investigate that hopefully tomorrow morning. But tonight I'm gonna go play Apex. So we'll get well rested tonight and hopefully have an earlier start tomorrow morning. I'm hoping we see that tonight. Yeah, I think it might be tonight. Maybe it'll be late tonight. I don't know how late, but I'll send you guys over to okay, I'll send you guys over to the opponent, the other Chaos Bloodmage. I'll send you guys over to the other Chaos Bloodmage. Garatha. Okay. Say hello to Garatha, guys. Good dude, Garatha. And I will see you guys later. Have a good rest of your evenings, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a fun day. And I will see you all tomorrow. Hopefully I have a tree to make some real plans with.
Any other unique items we can